All right, hello everybody. It is 1 April 2026. April Fool's Day. Hope everybody's had a great week and great weekend. Well, not great week yet, but the start. And appreciate each and every one of you that come in and support the streams. Love each and every one of you guys and gals out there. It's all gonna come to life here real soon. Gonna get the boys up with Censorship Sucks to start out the night. Then after that, we'll go into Jack Carey and finish the night out with the VIXEN'S Vault. So, get this thing going here real quick. Or something like that, you know. Go in here and... Yeah, you hear the puppy. Hi, Nona. Right. We get the crew going here in just a sec. Got lots of goodies tonight. For tonight. So... Let me get the get this rolling. Oh well. Folks can see me if they want to see me. I don't care. Hey John, how's it going? Can't hear you, buddy. Hey David, how's it going?
Hola, how are you?
I thought there was something wrong with my teams when John came in. I couldn't hear him, so I'm like,
Well, right now
apparently
he's
not.
muted.
You know?
That or it's an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, just like having those two guests today. I'm sure it's an April Fool's joke.
Yeah.
See, if I'm lying, say something. See, he hadn't said a thing.
No. So what have you been up to? But making lots of music for me. I haven't had a chance to download the latest. All right.
Okay, well, the latest, it's Michael the Midget. Actually, it's Wormapalooza related, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yep. I tried to do the representative of the King of Nigeria, but, yeah, it just doesn't turn out right.
It doesn't come out right.
It's just a crazy cartoon voice.
Really?
Yep. Which is fine, but it's not the representative.
Yeah.
To the King of Nigeria! Yeah, it's just a gravelly, kind of high-pitched voice. Yeah, he's still muted.
Yeah.
Still muted.
I know we're early, but, you know,
Yeah.
I like to get everything up and rolling as much as I can and get good sound levels and things like that. Makes everything smoother later, you know, as we go along.
There we go. He finally unmuted. He hadn't said anything, but he unmuted.
Yeah.
All right, non-April Fool's joke, but we can't hear you.
No, I'm here.
There you
Oh,
go.
there you are. I'm not going to ask about your dog because your dog is fine now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Zeus is doing pretty good, and Nona is, man, she's pudgy. God, she pudgy.
Yeah.
Mark, you know you're pretty well in your camera today. You're not really.
Yeah, I really don't.
Yeah, normally it's just the Gandalf pipe.
Yeah, I'll wait up here in a few minutes. I mean, hey,
All right, but you're like fully in frame, just so you know.
yeah, but I'm not turning to look at the mic, the camera. But it don't matter to me. I'm like, I really don't care anymore. But it's like, oh well. I mean,
Yep. Once the hair goes, so does everything else, right?
Yeah. When my hair, after my hair left, I lost my mind, and then from there, and after the women and the military, that went my soul. So,
Well, there you go.
so what do I have left, really? But
Yep.
my kids, and the shows.
And the Spider-Man poster on the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have
I
that
got a
too.
bigger one out in the living room, but. Oh, you see
Not
my
about
Godzilla
the size
too?
of the poster.
You see my Godzilla too?
Is that Godzilla? I can't quite tell. Oh, there it is. Yep.
Yep.
Gojira.
Gojira.
Yep.
There goes my pipe, okay? Cheers.
Okay.
I can't be online without my pipe, you know that, right?
Right.
It's not only a signature, but a must.
We need to get you a floppy wizard's hat.
A floppy what?
Wizard hat.
Oh, okay, yeah. That would be okay.
All right, where's Barry? How long does it take to make a fried bologna sandwich?
Oh, Barry only comes in like last minute and things like that, so it's okay.
Sometimes he's early so he can hook everything back up. He likes to pretend he has another life and other duties. I let him go with it. I don't want to, bust his ego too badly. All right, so you're going to open the show with that they found Nancy Guthrie's mom?
Did they?
No, it's April Fool's.
Nancy Guthrie. It's, is that her name?
Is Savannah Guthrie?
Savannah Guthrie.
Is Nancy the mom?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so Nancy is missing. So that's even better. They found Nancy Guthrie's mom in the grave where they buried her.
Where they buried her 80 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then you April Fool's it, and it's...
Well, I'm glad we started out early because one platform went down already on me.
Mm-hmm. Went down on you like a Thai lady boy.
Leave it to BitChute. Always having to change the keys all the time,
Oh, yeah. So if they shoot down this whole birthright citizenship thing, does that mean they're going to deport Barry? Aren't his parents illegal Polish immigrants? I think they are. I think his parents are illegal Polish immigrants.
Come on, Polish immigrants?
Yeah,
that would
illegal Polish immigrants.
My family is in that too. I'm fourth gen.
Yeah. You can trace some of mine all the way back to the Mayflower.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. Didn't know I had, Puritans. Believe me, that wore off a long time ago. Yeah. When we started mixing with the native population, it all went to hell.
Yeah, and then they became the Blackfoot Indian.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
And then I found soap,
have,
and I was no longer
I
Blackfoot.
have ties to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my family on my mother's side goes back to Pennsylvania Dutch, which is, real strong influence with the Blackfoot Indian.
Right.
Yeah. Try to
I
get.
think I'm Shawnee or Pawnee. Can't remember which one.
Shawnee was up in
Yeah.
that one. Yeah. In the
Well, this would have been in Louisiana area.
Yeah. But they went all the way up into Pennsylvania and New York and other places too.
Okay. I got John the link, and we got Brent all set up, and it's going to be a good one tonight, man. Boy.
Sounds good. What the hell?
You don't want to say what the hell. That's never a good thing to hear. Something else go down?
No, it just won't go up. I don't know why. It won't connect. Let's try this again.
Oh. Big gulp, baby.
Oh my God. The giant one?
There
the grotesque
go.
gulp?
There's Barry.
I didn't know they made 128-ounce soda.
Yeah, right.
Like a trash can
man, we're
with a
getting
straw.
our bees here in a couple days.
Your bees?
Yeah.
Cool.
Like, I don't know, like 100,000 of them or something.
Yeah.
Some crazy number. He's going to be back here on Sunday with them, and I'm getting a bee suit. He's buying one just for my size.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Which is wild.
And you got your smoker?
I might have one. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
You'll definitely need a smoker, because the bees will like fill up on honey, and their stomachs get so full that they can't get their stinger around to get you.
Hmm.
Yeah, but you will get nailed through the suit. I've been told.
If it's up against your skin, yeah. But the thing is, if you smoke them, you'll be fine. Just don't get too overconfident, and don't be afraid. They'll sense fear.
Yeah, I was told they don't sense fear, but
they do sense fear.
Be confident.
Yeah,
and move slow.
Yeah.
They said moving slow is like the number one.
Slow and deliberate. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then
that's going to be weird by the time I see you guys Sunday night.
Make as much noise as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, they love that.
Fireworks?
Yeah, fireworks, that's a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They will also follow your breath. Yeah.
Really?
Because they can sense carbon dioxide.
I thought that was mosquitoes.
No. Well, them too. But bees can follow you because of your breath.
Okay. To our listeners at home, the date is April 1st.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that?
I actually did a show on killer bees years and years ago, and they talked about that. I'm like, that's
Okay.
that's freaking amazing, that they could do that, but oh well.
All right. So CS, you were saying something?
Yeah. Did you guys see the rendering of the Donald Trump's library?
Library or ballroom?
No, his library.
No.
They just put it out the other day, and man, it is cool looking. It's the first building I've ever seen that it's not designed for any sort of practicality in a way. You know what I mean?
You talking about Obama?
No, it wasn't for Trump. I mean, it's like, you see high rises that are like office buildings or condos, right?
Okay.
You rarely ever see one that's just like hollow. You can see right through most of the thing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's really cool. It's very, very good. It's so different than any high rise I've ever seen. It'll be very, very cool. And you know what? It'll be under budget and done like under timeline too, I bet.
Yeah, but 17 federal judges will stop it from being built. You know how it is.
Yeah,
Only
exactly.
17? Come on.
Yeah, only 17. Yep.
Only 17.
That's just that's the federal ones, not even counting the district judges and Yep.
We had a judge just the other day halt the ballroom construction.
Yeah. Yep.
Which is like, why, dude? Why? What's the point?
Yeah.
Well, there's some preservationists want to, talk about preservation and what preservation? It's all gone. Everything's gone. We're building a new one. That's it.
Yeah.
No preservation.
I thought it was already bulldozed.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's like, okay, what do you want us to do? Rebuild it from the rubble?
Well, I'm really surprised that Trump doesn't want to take and rebuild the Capitol and right out front of Mount Rushmore. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah. Well.
That way,
he's starting
every
small with the
time
ballroom.
people come out, once it's done, they'll see his face there.
Yep. After the ballroom, he should work on a throne room and really piss off the liberals.
Throne room.
I ain't talking about no fancy toilet.
Roger's rebroadcasting us and then kick chat now. Oh yeah, and Big Joe's in there and who else we got? Legatigo.
For everyone out there listening, tonight is a big show. We're going to have John Ottman, the chairman of the board for Minds.com, and Brent Hamachek, and they're both going to be on for the full 2 hours. So, it's going to be a really good
shoe. Really big shoe. Right?
Yeah, I'm very excited for this. I've been just pumped all day.
Yeah, but what you don't know is that they were both April fooling you.
Yeah, they might be.
Yeah, when you send them the email, they're going to be, I thought you knew it was April 1st.
I don't think Brent is. John might have been.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think Ottman has going up into space with the Artemis 2 crew on his calendar. So yeah, he might be kind of busy. I don't know. He might be looking like a Skype call or something from space. Yeah, with Starlink, I'm pretty sure you could broadcast from space. So.
Yeah, it's just hard to mount it on the tip of the satellite. That's
the hard part.
You use a suction cup in the telephone, just like everybody else does in their car.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on now.
You put it inside the capsule in the cup holder. Come on, man.
The cup holder.
The thing is, though, you launch
real-time
You're
solution.
crying out loud. Get with it. It's the 2000s now.
The thing is, though, it's
we're
you put it on the cone, but
back
then
in like
when
the
you get
60s
into outer
and 70s CS. Come on now. They didn't even know what a cup holder was back then. Uh-oh. Did you get cut off? Or, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I got cut off.
T-minus 52 minutes and counting, just so you know.
Yeah. Now you can see
That's a
me
big
with
deal.
the geeky room that I have.
It is. Have we heard from Barry yet? I mean, I know he's there, but...
He's got like a heartbeat.
Ka-dunk, ka-dunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say I harpy?
But every 20 seconds he lights up for 1 second.
Yep.
And his bullhorn does not have an American flag on it. It's got a hammer and sickle.
What?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Yep. To the viewers at home.
All right, man.
There he is.
Yeah, glad you made it, so we can stop talking smack about you. But welcome in.
I'm glad to be here, man. I'm just have some tea.
You psyched, man?
Are you spilling the tea?
Am I spilling tea? No, I'm gonna be spilling the beans tonight, bro.
No, spilling the tea is telling the truth. I'm gonna get you all hip pretty soon. It's gonna take a while, but we'll get you in on the street lingo and spilling the tea.
I can't wait to be schooled to be hip by none other than David Hogg.
Exactly. First, you need to get a bicycle. Very important. Bikes are, chicks dig bikes, man.
My bicycle, man. I do.
Okay.
I think they should name a song after that. I want to ride my bicycle. That would be a great song.
Yeah, exactly. And songs about females with extremely large posteriors.
There you go. I like that one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Big booty babes.
There you go.
Well, I mean, it is Cardi B's thing.
We don't
right?
want fake
she's a stellar artist. Don't try to take anything away from Cardi B, man. She is super talented, man. She
named herself after Bacardi, which is pretty funny.
Your dad's talking about big booties on the air.
Oh, I got told on. Oh, well.
Yeah. That's just the Guatemalan housekeeper. Nobody pay attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She'll kill you for that. She would.
Should I have said El Salvadorian?
No.
Housekeeping.
I can't afford an Indian one, though.
Yeah. Well, you had that Somali one, but she kept ripping you off.
Yeah. I made that deal with the representative of the king of Nigeria.
Oh, yeah. How many iTunes gift cards do you need to go get for him for that? I said, how many iTunes gift cards did you need to get for the king?
Oh, my God.
Or the representative of the king?
It was ridiculous. I don't even want to talk about it.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, here we go, folks. 250 already.
Yeah, time's really flying, huh?
Yeah, but I'm going to need about 350.
$250 a show. That's what we get paid. $250 per show.
Bits of coin. That's it. Not dollars. Bits of coin. Read your contract.
It's kind of like Bitcoin, but not quite.
It's bits of coin. Willie, ask Willie about bits of coin. If you got 5 hours, he'll tell you all about it. But don't send him any money. Whatever you do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Not even the $9 and what is it, 96 cents or something like that.
Yeah.
Is he working for that guy in Nigeria?
Yeah,
usually,
always.
but he doesn't realize it. You know. He goes through some liaison named Steve.
Oh, I see how it works. There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
It makes sense.
Yep.
Guy is clever, man.
Oh yeah. We're talking about Steve, not Willie. Yeah. Willie's just crafty. You know.
That's it. Cunning. Sly.
Yeah. A cunt is in there somewhere, yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to bail before the real talent shows up so I don't look stupid. Y'all have a good show. Don't trust anything you read, see, or hear. Stay off the internet. You know, April Fools. All right, bye guys.
All right, you take
care,
care, and I'll
Hubble.
catch up with you later, David. Yeah. We got about 3 minutes before I take and switch us over to the next room.
Hey, we're getting a
quiet
wider,
on me.
we're getting a wider shot of you tonight. Did you get a new camera? We're getting. I mean, I like this, dude. Now I want to see some LED lighting. You know, some colored lighting in the next show.
Hold on here.
Damn.
There.
It's not in the camera.
No, it's not in the camera.
I want it to look like your typical YouTube studio.
No, not happening.
I mean, you got the Spider-Man up on the wall. Come on, man. You could definitely, just a couple of LED lights. You're set and ready to roll.
No, not doing that. I have too many lights in this room anyways. Then I can't sleep.
We'll put a disco lamp in there,
No. Need more OnlyFans.
Oh, is that what you're doing? That's where you're making
You see the
money.
fan back here? Oh, no, you can't. Hold on.
The CEO died, though, man, of cancer.
There we go.
Of OnlyFans. You guys knew that, didn't you?
What's that?
The CEO of OnlyFans, he died of cancer.
Oh, well.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Apparently, he'd been fighting it for a little while. It just so happened that he got it right about the time of the death jab. A little after that. Which doesn't surprise me, man. Not at all, dude. Every time I look into it, and I see one of these people in the spotlight that were entertainers or, had a responsibility to so-called vaccinate and were coerced into it.
Oh, just want to let you know, when we talk about that, we always get a warning from YouTube.
And?
I'm just letting you know.
Well, what do they do with the warning? What does that mean?
I got one strike already for that. Yeah.
Well, you're not going to last on YouTube. That's just if you're broadcasting us. Your other shows might be fine, but this show is not going to last.
Actually, they were focused on Nancy's show because she went into it medically. Yeah. Yeah. Because Nancy has had doctors and stuff on, and talked about it.
Burn Scales has a new product for you, Momo.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
we have our.
But that's between here
YouTube
and there.
YouTube's fascist, man. YouTube is fascist. I hate YouTube. Yep. Everything about YouTube I hate at this point. I have no respect for YouTube. I mean, they're a little bit better than they were, but they're still fascist.
Yeah, I didn't know that until, I knew about what you're talking about. I didn't know about my strike until today.
Well, this is the second time you've put us up on YouTube because they already took us down.
No. We've been on here for
probably
about a year, maybe longer now.
Okay. Well,
we've been doing pretty good with it.
The secret to YouTube is you have to speak in code, and there's no possible way we could do that. If you listen to all the top influencers, their main platform is YouTube. Even if they're on Rumble, but their main platform is YouTube.
Yep.
They will speak in code, and they'll go, like they instead of killed themselves or suicided themselves, they would say they unlived themselves. Look, they have to do these code words for every. Imagine living like that. That's ridiculous, dude. Screw them.
Or what? Forced love instead of rape.
What's it called?
Forced love.
That's probably I would imagine that's a code word, a code phrase.
Yeah. Oh, they got a million of them. The coof, the jab.
I'm sure that
what I've heard that one.
The bots pick that up now. A lot of them. So but I get away with my music over there. But they can't really do anything about AI music. even though they would love to collect revenue off that, I'm sure.
Do you do that on a separate channel, or do you just do it all? Do you just dump everything
I do
into one
everything
channel?
on the same platform. Platforms. I only take and change the title and the category.
Okay, so like if you put our show up, you would also put up like an 8-hour music thing on the same channel.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't do it.
That doesn't
any
get
other way
copyright
because
struck?
I'm not gonna. I have enough. I'm dealing with 15 platforms and stations. I don't. I deal enough with all that. I don't need to add more. Just for special stuff. But anyways, I'm gonna get us rolling over on the other side. Hey, Brent.
Hey, so I sign out of this, right?
No.
Yeah, we're just switching rooms right
We're
now.
gonna switch rooms, and we'll get you back up, and we'll get going. All right.
Okay.
I say
sounds
switch
good.
rooms. We're just resetting the clock on this room. We'll
Right.
be back in this one. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Wait for the call. All right, that was the pre-show for Censorship Sucks. Coming up is the show itself, with me doing a countdown, of course. There you go, John.
Okay.
Waiting for everybody to join.
There's Barry.
Hey, Brent. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back. By the way,
Good to
I was
have you.
sick for a few days, and my voice has I feel good, but I've got Lauren Bacall's voice. There's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, you do sound a little congested a little bit.
Well, mostly it's like the amount of coughing I did really messed up my vocal cords. So I'm screaming right now as loud as I can. But it's all good, man. If your audience can take it and you can take it, I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll try to mix up the talking schedule a little night so it doesn't all fall on you.
Well, of course, you know me. I'm never quite at a loss for words, but it doesn't mean the ones I find are any good. So
We love it when you're in here, Brent.
oh man. So yeah, a few things going on in the world, right? We got wars, executive orders. We got court stuff. We got everything going on.
We
Yeah.
got 30
It is
seconds. And then
And a lot of fun articles. I've got most of the stuff I have up here because it's a little different tonight. It's just a lot of fun stuff. Like, I don't know if you saw the Tic Tac or Kit Kat.
Yes. Yeah.
Here's your
the trailer
countdown.
that got stolen.
Here's your countdown, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you were live for the very first time tonight, right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Wednesday night edition for April 1st, 2026. That's right, folks. April Fool's Day today. I should have probably come out with something and made a big announcement of something that's clearly fictitious, but I don't need to. There's so much going on in the world tonight that, I could just pull one out of my hat here. Matt Gaetz was just talking the other day about how he had somebody in a military uniform come into his office when he was in the Senate and, explain to him that they're breeding aliens at different, locations around the world. And then somebody from Australia kicked in and said, yeah, you'd be surprised who's not all human. It goes on and on. With me tonight, of course, I've got Brent Hamachek, first Wednesday of the month. How are you, Brent?
I couldn't be any better. And of course, we know Matt Gaetz is wrong because J.D. Vance just got done telling us that they aren't really aliens. They're more like spirit figures, perhaps demons. my having missed that as a student of both the Old and New Testament, but I'm sure it's in there somewhere. It is. We don't need April Fool's Day anymore. In fact, it should be April Serious Day, and the other 364 days are just Fool's Day, right?
Exactly.
Right. We ought to just flip this, flip the math.
And with us tonight as well, we've got Bullhorn Barry coming in. How you doing, Barry?
I'm doing good, man. Just listening to that intro and thinking, yeah, crazy times, weird times, strange times, stranger things in the upside down, as I like to call it.
Yeah, it's a wild, wild world, folks. It's a wild, wild world. I got to get this one out too. Kit Kat. They announced that somebody stole a truck full of Kit Kats, 417,000 of them, right? So Nestle put out this statement. We can confirm that 12 tons of Kit Kat products were stolen in transit between Italy and Poland, yada, yada, yada. Then in reply, Denny's, the restaurant, official statement from Denny's. We would like to make one thing clear. Whatever happened to those Kit Kats happened between 1:30 a.m. and 4 a.m. and we were very busy. No further questions. So Denny's jumped in. Domino's Pizza came out and said, official statement, we would like to share our thoughts and condolences for Kit Kat following the recent sad news. On a completely unrelated note, we're pleased to announce that we'll now be making Kit Kat pizzas. We've got McDonald's coming out with another one where they're launching a Kit Kat flurry or float or something. Hey guys, DoorDash here. Due to a completely random packaging error, we have 12 tons of Kit Kats in our Dash marts that we can sell. The good news, all you have to do is go to your DoorDash app and add like 500, 600 Kit Kats to your cart, and this should be resolved itself quickly.
This is, look, the only thing they're missing in all that is that the White House released a post on True Social that said, my understanding is that 12,000 plus Kit Kat bars died. Good. I'm glad they're dead. Right. So they missed that one. But my goodness.
I don't think they missed it. I don't think they missed it. It was a PR bonanza. They're probably going to sell more. Whoever got Kit Kat in their Easter egg. Nobody gets Kit Kats in your Easter egg, but now they will.
Yeah. Excellent.
And by the way, best Easter sales of all time at Kit Kat. Nestle.
I want to do a proper introduction. John Ottman is with us as well tonight, folks. He's the chairman of the board for Minds.com, which is all of our very favorite social media platform of all time. I'm pretty much exclusive to Minds.com. And if you want to check out the content and the stories that I'll be talking about each week, you can always go to my site over on Minds, which is minds.com/censorshipsucks. And I put all my articles that we're going to talk about on the show up there every week, so you can read along with me. You can source them, fact check them, all that good stuff. But John, what a pleasure to have you back on the show. And what an honor it is to introduce you to Brent Hamachek, the one and only.
The famous. Hi, Brent. How are you?
I couldn't be any better, John. It's nice to meet you virtually here on the air live. So we got to be careful about, we can't go on for 10 minutes introducing ourselves to each other because there's actually an audience. But it's nice. This introduction has been being threatened for a very long time. So I'm glad it's taken place.
Well, no, really appreciate it, and thank you very much. Censorship Sucks for that nice introduction.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I remember talking with John a while back because somebody pretending to be Jack Posobiec was on Minds and chatting up a bunch of people posting like crazy. And so I said, hey, man, Jack, it's nice to meet you. We've got a mutual friend, Brent. And he was like, who? Never heard. I don't know who you're talking about.
It's hilarious.
I'm like, you don't know who Brent is.
Well, and yeah. Jack and I will be rejoined together here inside of the Just the Network platform. And of course, he's already there. Quick note to your audience, there's stuff they may have read about, or they probably read about it, but they wouldn't have necessarily connected dots. And that is a couple of weeks ago, the gentleman I've worked with for 7 years, just over 7 years, in the media world and outside of it. Wrote his book, the whole bit. Jeff Webb, the man who literally invented the sport of cheerleading, died from a head injury, sustained playing pickleball. And, and it sounds like, when you say it that way, just the name of the game, pickleball, makes it sound like it's parody itself. I mean, I don't know how people take something seriously named pickleball, but in any case, it's obviously damn serious, because we have the first known fatality from an injury in the United States Pickleball Association history. And so Jeff's untimely passing from that injury disrupted some of the plans that had been made between his sale of his platforms into the Just the Network platform, which we've talked about on your show. But I'm telling you and your audience that the relationship overall is alive and well. There'll be some fun things for me to talk about when I'm on your show next month. But certainly, all of the headlines that you see everywhere on every news platform say Charlie Kirk mentor dies in freak pickleball accident. And,
yeah, I saw that.
And
it
that
scared
is
the crap out of me for a second when I saw that headline, Brent.
Oh, you thought it was me? No, and so my final thought on that to your audience is that it is a shame. Jeff was, by the way, a mentor to Charlie. He's actually the one. If you go to AmFest, Jeff's the one that taught Charlie and the team at Turning Point how to do those events. So he was a mentor to Charlie, but that is not how he should be remembered. He's a guy that took something that was a cute sideline activity for young gals, across America, from the Dawn Man up into the 1970s, and turned it into something that is now an Olympic-approved sport. And that is an extraordinary legacy. And he started Varsity Brands out of his apartment in Oklahoma and at the back of his car. And he built it into a $3 billion worldwide global monster. So these are the things for which he should really be remembered. He had a great love for the American middle class. It's why he wanted to get involved in what I call the world of ideas years ago. And it was a treat for me to be involved with him throughout that entire journey, throughout many iterations of it along the way. And so that's the end of my speech. John, I can see on the screen you're still awake. I appreciate that. I don't know about the audience, but end of sermon.
I didn't. That's a terrible story. I
want to hand the ball to Barry, because he's allegedly the pickleball king of Tulsa, Oklahoma. So, Barry, have you ever met him on the court?
No, but I mean, really all I can say about pickleball is you have to play it. It's just one of those things that's just, it's so fun. You can get a serious workout from it, and you will work muscles that you've never worked before if you're competitive about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm competitive. Very competitive.
And John, you and Barry have never really met before, if I recall. I don't think you've ever
I don't
spoken.
think face to face, but I certainly know who you are, Bullhorn Barry.
Freedom Fighter Victor is his mind handle. Yeah.
And I know John as well.
How you doing, dude?
He's an incredible guy. He was. How many people that are top dogs at a social media will comment on your post on occasion or say something nice to you? And John has done that many times before. So thank you, John.
You guys are the greatest. I would always love to be on this podcast. So thank you for inviting me. And great to see you again, Bullhorn Barry.
Excellent. Well, I wanted to kind of dive into this. First of all, let's get into some news that is going on in the world. A big one is about to happen here in about 12 minutes, I think. Artemis 2 is about to launch and go around the moon. The first time we've sent human beings to the dark side of the moon since what, like the 70s?
Yeah, it's been over 50 years, I believe.
Yeah, so big deal. That's kind of cool. And that's happening like any minute now. So
I heard they might.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I heard there were some technical delays. I'm not sure if they worked that out.
Oh, yeah?
But they were worried about something wasn't working right.
It seems impossible to imagine that a space launch could be delayed. I've never heard of such a thing. It actually seems like a delay of a space launch is not a delay. It's part of the space launch. Certainly hope that the mission's successful. They're all safe. Yet another indication of man's, undying need, desire, and drive to just keep, exploring and driving a new frontier. So part of the human spirit. I'm not going to be alive long enough to see Elon's colony settlement on Mars. I wish him well. I think he'll be able to afford it with SpaceX's now reported public offering coming out. Sounds like the world's richest man's about to get richer.
Yeah, big time. I
was watching the NASA administrator was interviewed today, and he was predicting that they'll find microbial life on Mars when we do visit.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Had a good interview with him today, so I think that would be interesting.
Yeah.
Now, John, what they find on the other side of the moon too.
John, you're really active in the AI area. And I wanted to ask you about these humanoid robots, because, man, some of the things I've been reading about them lately is that, there could be 1 billion of them by the year 2030. And it could just change life completely for every single man, woman, child living in existence on this planet by that point. Really making it so pretty much everybody would have a humanoid robot walking around mowing their lawn and doing everything for them. Is that a realistic goal? I mean, is that going to happen?
That's probably a little faster than I would think. I mean, that's 1 billion, a lot, but but yeah, it's coming hard, and it's coming fast, and it's real, and people don't see it coming. And already you're seeing the first place to get impact is the high tech industry, where I spend my day job, and there's just massive layoffs happening everywhere. Oracle just laid off my old company. Just laid off 30,000 people this week, and it's all because of AI, or at least they're saying that. Maybe it's a convenient excuse to trim overhead anyway. But I think the first place to get really hit is going to be the high tech, and the first skill that you're going to see changed really dramatically is that of a software engineer. I mean, coding is just it's not something people have to really do anymore. And everybody used to look at coding as such a barrier, all of us, and such a difficult skill to manage. But now really that's not the case anymore. Anyone can code now.
Mm-hmm. And it's
wait till that spreads across to robots, cutting your grass. I mean, cutting your grass is pretty easy compared to, writing code.
Mm-hmm. Brent, where do you see that? Do you think you're going to have a robot washing your dishes and writing your code here in the next few years?
Well, if they're washing my dishes, then they're going to put me out of work. But it being one of the many functions here that I fill domestically, along with actually making the dishes dirty by doing the cooking. But I digress. We'll come to my homework allocation later. Look, I make the argument on a regular basis, and I really believe this, that given the fact that we haven't found a cure for mortality, that if you're my age, 63, and you were born in the United States in 1962, I have lived through the very best moment and place in all of human history. And it's about to get worse, and I am going to be at the tail end of that. So I understand the AI thing's coming. I understand it can't be stopped. I understand all of that. I don't have a naive bone in my body about it. I also know you can't stop human nature. And humans don't do well with idle time. And they also don't do well with displacement. And I think that what we're about to see is humanity come upon a crisis of machines being able to do virtually everything, humans having very little to do. The idea that humans are going to find something productive to do if the very use of the technology is to produce is silly. They're going to have to find other things to do. And my biggest fear is this, and it's a complicated one, but I'll try to be simple about it. We will completely disconnect the pricing mechanism and the wage mechanism from market forces. Right now, labor costs, the price of what you buy, how supply chains work, all of it's driven by the pricing mechanism in the market. But if you take humans out of that process, humans having to do things, your ability to set wages, to have the market do it spontaneously, like Adam Smith talked about, and he was right, is going to be disrupted in a way we can't imagine. And Elon Musk's idea of this sort of stable universal income thing, it won't work. It can't work. Human nature won't allow it. If we were all wonderful, good, blessed souls who all love one another inherently, it would work great. We're not. It'll be a disaster. And I'm really glad I was born in 1962. Other than that, I don't feel strongly about it.
Before the flood.
Yes, that's right.
No, it's a real that's a great perspective, because right now, like what's happening inside companies is they're starting to build there's this thing called OpenClaw, which was this thing that went viral about a month ago, and it's really ability to build your own agents, and you can have a whole team of agents and a coordinator agent to coordinate all of the other agents, and they work all night long, and then they report to you when you wake up in the morning, when you check your email, and it's imagine 4 or 5 agents that are just doing stuff for you like all day long. You could probably control that and manage that. But if you look inside an enterprise, like a big company, imagine like thousands of them, and they're doing, they're talking back and forth, and they're saying, should we say yes to this customer? Should we say no to this customer? The important decisions happening all over the place. And what we find is that the more agents are integrating with each other, and they're talking back and forth with each other, and the humans aren't even around. It's when the chaos really gets extreme. And I think, if you talk about 1 billion robots, they will be interacting with each other as much as they'll be interacting with us. In fact, they'll be interacting with each other and won't even tell you. So it's going to be very difficult to orchestrate success with something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's wild. Barry, what do you think of all this?
I think what John and, of course, what Brent was saying is true. Definitely tech is being hit first. I saw where Amazon had announced 16,000 jobs were going to be replaced with AI. And it's not the robot type either, like in the warehouse. It's mostly middle management and customer service. Of course, we know. I mean, a lot of times we're talking to customer service, and it's not even a person anymore. It got it down so good that it's got breath, it's got size, pauses. You're not going to know unless, you're privy to it. And so it's a brave new world, I guess. And I think the only thing that's going to stop it from going completely bad is if we resist all of the dehumanizing aspects of it and just push for AI to be something that helps and aids and is for the betterment of humanity. But the corporations, man, if they create monopolies, they're in it for money. It's not going to make everybody wealthy. They're going to make themselves ultra wealthy. That's what's going to happen. So we've got to make AI more than just a monopoly. We've got to, allow it to have a competition. Let the free market kind of have its way. If not, we're in trouble.
Yeah, I saw one of the YouTube channels out there focuses on AI, and he had some sort of unlocked versions of different models and would ask them point blank, what is the future of AI? And that's pretty much exactly what he said. Like, it'll be kind of bad for the average person, but incredibly good for the very wealthy. The people that can afford to, again, when we talk about these humanoid robots, I think Elon Musk, his first 2 years of production are only for his own company, right? And so he's going to make the first, 100,000 of these things are just going to be for his company to make the next million of them, or the next 5 million of them. So then those 5 million can go on and make the next 100 million of them. It's going to be an interesting process to see happen. And I don't know, I just, John, do you think there's a way to safeguard against that?
Well, I was just going to say, you guys are the perfect guys to understand this. It's going to be round 2 of what we just are concluding on social media. I mean, social media is kind of, been through this, and it's going to be like that, except times 1,000. I mean, the privacy concerns about AI are so much more significant than even social media was. Not to mention free speech and biases and all of the things that drove the creation of minds and the community of people looking for free speech and truth. The truth generation. Those issues are going to become 100 times more important. And we saw how important it was over the last several years with social media. So, I mean, I think we haven't seen anything yet in that regard.
Brent, we got about 1 minute and 10 seconds left before we got to go to break. What would you like to add?
A final gloomy thought. Well, the one thing I'll say that some people could say, look, we've been through displacements in the world of labor before. New technology has created displacements in labor. That's absolutely true. You can look at all sorts of industries. Farming's a great one to look at, just the history of the United States. What a farming nation we were when we began. Now what a small percentage of the population is a farmer, right? And the world didn't collapse, right? Because there was expansion elsewhere. And there will always be expansion elsewhere. The difference here, the part that we have to contemplate, is the expansion elsewhere will likely be filled by the very non-human entities that are creating the displacement elsewhere. And so, in other words, for that farmer who didn't need to farm anymore, but who ultimately over generations became something else, for these folks being displaced by AI, there may not be an opportunity to become anything else, because those becomings will be taken by artificial intelligence. That's the fear.
Wow. I love handing you like 1 minute and 10 seconds because you're used to television where you got to get your point across in 1 minute and 10 seconds and you nail it to the second every time, Brent. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show. We're going to go to break right now, but stay tuned. We'll be back with much, much more right after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right. Excellent.
John, it's a real pleasure to have a chance to share a screen with you. I would love it if you were willing, when this show is over, sometime soon, for you and I to be able to just have a conversation about what both of us do and see if there's opportunities for collaboration or shared interests. I'm mixed up in a lot of different things. I know you are, and would just love to have that chance to connect if it was something you were interested and willing to do.
No, absolutely, Brent. That I've followed the Human Events story, and Jack and Libby, and I feel like it's our peeps, So I'd love to do that. That would be great. I'm not 100% head of my head into minds as much as the rest of my life, but Bill and Jack, my sons, mostly, they pretty much handle 99.9% of what goes on in minds. But yeah, I would love to have that conversation. That'd be fun.
Yeah, well, the guys here know all about. They've been along for the ride, but we have a program called Common Ground Campus, where we work with young people, and really everything we do is built around one of the lines I use is that we're working with young people to teach them how to think critically, engage constructively, and solve problems rather than argue about differences. But my partner who created the whole thing, she's really got a better, simpler way of saying it. She says we're just trying to make conversations cool again. And so our work with young people has been going on for 5 years. And I think, when I look at Minds and, your whole free speech thing and trying to promote a conversation online, I think we share some common values and goals, and it would be fun to talk about how we might be able to collaborate on those.
Oh, you bet. I mean, that's my favorite subject. I mean, we've tried so hard to bridge the divide. I mean, we've had huge meetings on it, and trying to figure out, like, how do you get dialogue to function properly in America? I mean,
we have the answers, or at least some of them. One of our silos, one of our programs at Common Ground is called Bridging the Divide.
Oh, well, that's our business strategy.
Yeah, so you can see why I think it might be fun for us to chat offline, and see how we might be able to find some ways to work together.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I can make it pretty easy. It's John@minds.com.
There you go.
I mean,
and it's Brent@humanevents.com.
Okay.
Yeah, except I'm going to use a different email for one reason. The Human Events one will be going away, and it's really just the network. But give me John's again, because I'm going to send him a connecting email.
John@minds.com. MINDS.
All right, just sent you an email, John, from my Common Ground campus email. There's nothing in it. Just says connecting. But if you get that and you hit reply back, we can use that to figure out when we might be able to chat, which I'd very much enjoy. Be a privilege for me.
Absolutely. I'll look forward to it.
And speaking of, before we get back in here, Barry, I promised you the mic for the next half-hour segment, so you can take the lead here if you're comfortable doing so.
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
The freedom fighter Victor, and you know who's your biggest fan on mine?
30
Peggy,
seconds.
my wife.
Is who?
Peggy, my wife.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah,
She is awesome, man. I love her to death, man.
All right, I'm waiting for a countdown here.
All right, look out, cats, dogs, and kids, curtain climbers, and crumb beggars. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for April 1st, 2026. Bullhorn Barry, I wanted to give you an opportunity because you haven't had a lot of time to talk one-on-one with Brent, and you've just met John Ottman for the first time tonight. So let me give you the mic for a little while, and go ahead and ask him any questions you'd like, and just have fun.
Yeah, sure. I think the thing that's on my mind, and probably a lot of people's minds, is Minds, get it? Minds.com,
Yeah.
is what's at stake. And I think everybody knows kind of what's at stake, and that we're, kind of at a crossroads right now. But let's look at like best scenario and worst case scenario. So like best case scenario, freedom sort of advances, humanity, and honestly the whole AI thing out since we already talked about that. So what is the best case scenario? I mean, because right now everybody's pretty much doom and gloom, and that Trump is a disappointment. Trump can't do anything right. It's over. The Democrats, the radical far left is going to take over. The globalists are going to take over. So there's sort of this doom and gloom mentality. But how would you describe a best case scenario, Brent?
Oh, gosh, you make me go first. I was waiting to see what John said, and then I was going to say what he said. But the pressure's on me. So, look, best case scenario in my mind, and this relates to things we've talked about on this show over the last many months. I think the best case scenario is that enough of the American people come around, and it won't be a significant, some great majority, but enough of the American people come around to take a look at some of the things that Donald Trump has done that they think seem to be good ideas. Enough of them do that they're willing to vote to elect people to try to continue those things, even while they are totally rejecting the man at the helm at the moment. Because I think a best case scenario that says people will just come to love and embrace Trump is not a best case scenario. It's totally implausible. That's not going to happen. He's not governing as a man trying to bring people together. In fact, with each day, it seems he actually is almost deliberately trying to do the opposite for reasons that might make sense to him. But there's a lot of stuff that he's been trying to do that seems to be pretty good. And so will enough American people hang on to be able to say, okay, don't care for the way maybe it was done and what was being said, but I kind of get the idea and I kind of like it. So I'm going to vote for another human being to try to keep it going. And that's as best case scenario in this moment as I think we can come up with a final reminder to people we've talked about on your show many times. In this past election in 2024, Trump did not even get a majority of the vote. And his electoral college victory was pedestrian. So there was not some monumental swing in American politics. There just plain wasn't. So the question is, can it be sustained at all? Best case scenario is enough folks hang on to give it a try. That's me. John, you're up. So you ought to be able to do way better than that.
Let me put a little bookend on it first, because I know that you said many times, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that this is a long-term thing, you know, like America being restored, reset, sort of having constitutional rule of law, put back into place, freedom back into place, this thing of endless wars ending, and just all the things that we would like to see happen. You've said that this would be a long-term thing, and just in a quick response, is that true, and do you still feel that way?
Yes, it has to be a long game. Because we've created a society where so many people are so dependent in some shape, manner, or form on some level of government assistance, relief, subsidy, and so on, that in order to change that sort of system, and in order to restore us back to one that's more individual liberty and personal responsibility based, it means that people have to go to the polls year after year after year for over a generation and repeatedly vote against their own immediate self-interest. They have to be willing to do that, and they have to be willing to do it not in one election or two, but in 20 and in a row and in mass. And so it's definitely a long game, and it's hard to stop inertia. Just ask any rock that's ever rolled down a hill.
Excellent. John, is it possible that we can win this fight, or is it inevitable that the globalists who control much of the world, and pretty much, in my opinion, the Democrat Party now, at least the ones that are in power, can we prevent them from sort of, becoming the captains of the helm, or is there a chance, and what does that path look like to you?
I think it's looking darker and darker, to be honest with you. What's going on in Europe is absolutely shocking to me. Someone I've traveled extensively through Europe. I have so many friends and contacts and business relationships over there. The UK is now the largest, has more people in prison for free speech violations than practically all other countries combined. Can you imagine? What's going on? It's literally a complete upheaval of the system happening in Europe, and we're here in the United States, kind of in a bubble, because the Trump bubble, El Trumpo, has, as Brent was saying, he's moved the ball down the field significantly just by closing the border. He's done a lot of things that the opposite is happening in Europe. Spain just gave 500,000 immigrants citizenship like a month ago. They just announced 500,000 immediate citizenships to these guys who just showed up, came over from Africa. And they, now I think this might be true with France as well, and I think it's true to some extent with the UK, but Spain won't even let U.S. Planes fly to the Middle Eastern conflict over through their airspace, stuff like that. So you're seeing a complete collapse of the Western Europe order. NATO's probably teetering. So here in the United States, we're kind of in a bubble. We don't really, we're kind of thinking, well, it's not so bad. We've got some good stuff happening. But if you look at it across globally, it's a tough picture, and Trump could be perhaps the only thing in the way of it happening here too. You see it happening in Canada, and so I think it's a really, really big threat. And I think to have the absolute best possible outcome, we have to have really fair elections and really good election integrity. And that's just essential. I think we can all believe in the American people, but it's pretty obvious that there's so many problems with the voting system right now. I don't want to get into the big lie type of conspiracy thing, but I mean, if you're online at all, you've probably seen 10,000 videos of evidence of voter integrity problems across all kinds of places and states everywhere. So I think the SAVE Act is a really big deal. Let's see what happens there. But if there can't be honest elections, I'd say we're toast. I think we're toast.
Now, didn't Trump just sign an executive order concerning elections? But then again, it's an executive order. How much, power does that really have? And will it really make a difference? And, obviously, the SAVE Act is a better option. But if you know anything about that, you can comment on that, either one of you guys. It's an executive order, just waiting to be shot down by someone who doesn't want to follow it, I would think. But
I mean, that executive order that Trump signed, I set yesterday the over-under at 10 business days before it stayed. I'll go even further. Not only will it be held to be unconstitutional, when it gets to the Supreme Court, they won't hear the case. They won't grant cert to it. They'll let a lower court ruling stand. They won't even deal with this. The Constitution's tragically clear about these things. And Trump does have the right to ask, to have the Attorney General demand of states to see their voter rolls. He does have that right. But he does not have the right to tell the United States Postal Service to not deliver the ballots. He can't do that, right? So it's not going to work. Right. It's a showboat move. And, one of the problems about doing things symbolically is that, and it gets into this sort of notion of almost martyrdom too. If a martyr dies in the forest and nobody's around to see him, does it really matter? You can martyr things and do things symbolically that just die, but it doesn't mean they're going to have any sticking or staying power. So this executive order he signed, that I think any reasonable person knows is not going to stand or have an effect. Say, well, he does it symbolically. Who's it a symbol to? Well, his base might like it. They might support it and say it's a great idea. But going back to what I said before about needing people to go along and say, okay, I'm still going to give this a try. When yet another executive order that seems to be kind of silly gets stayed and tossed, I don't think that does much to help win the long-term argument that things are being done prudently and we ought to stay the course. So I'd have preferred to have seen him not do it. None of my business, I guess, but nobody asked me. But I just think that it was an unnecessary act of vanity.
Yeah, I actually agree. I didn't give too much thought to it, to be quite honest with you, because I mean we've seen a lot of executive orders just completely ignored by the left anyway. So, John, you were talking a little bit about doom and gloom, and I was thinking, Australia had parts that turned completely red, and now I heard that Libya turned completely red. The sky did. There's sort of this apocalyptic thing happening. I'm not sure exactly if it's all in tune together. But of course, we're seeing some meteors and different things flying around that's not necessarily typical, kind of happening all at once. Just strange happenings, strange things, sort of adding to the apocalyptic nature of things. So let's talk a little bit about a worst case scenario. And you were also talking, John, a little bit about, all these different places are having all these horrible things happen, the UK and Australia and Spain and different places. Well, I said once Trump came into presidency, I said, you can count that the globalists are going to use a foothold strategy, which basically just means that wherever they can get a foothold, they're going to, with their agenda, their great reset, call it what you want, the liberal world order, formerly known as the New World Order, call it what you want, but we all know what it entails. It's a prison planet, a panopticon prison planet, using AI as a way to basically enslave people. So let's kind of dive in to a worst case scenario, but let's throw some hope in as well, if we can, in a worst case scenario, because I tend to think that as things fall apart, if they do go that route, that there will be pockets of freedom. And I think that will be the same thing with AI, that there will be pockets of resistance where we're going to say we're not going to play a part in this dehumanization agenda if it goes that way. And we're going to have, more simplistic type life, sort of like, I don't know, people still listening to albums, right? It's a thing of the past, but people still like it. They still prefer albums over CDs or the cloud. So, John, give me your worst case scenario.
Well, I mean, as I was saying before, we saw what Google did to free speech. I mean, Minds is so censored today, is just ridiculous. And that is going to go to the next level with AI. Now, not AI is not like one AI. It's not like some monolithic AI. There's a whole lot of different AIs. And what's kind of interesting is what makes them really different is your data. Like what really defines AI is they're all pretty much similar deep learning systems and software systems. But what makes them separate and distinct is the data that you train them on. And once they start training on everybody's personal data, that's when it's going to get particularly dangerous. And that's probably already started at some level, in sort of Intel world, IT. But I don't think it's really hit the consumer yet. I saw Elon Musk announced, I think it was today or yesterday, a Tesla AI phone. It's really more of an AI phone than a general phone, but it's also a phone. It's hooked to Starlink, so of course, that's an amazing platform. Imagine that. He has complete vertical integration. He's got a space port. He's got internet bandwidth coming down from space. Now he's got ground stations, and now these receivers are little phones. And in the phone, he's got the AI system, and presumably that AI starts getting trained on your personal data. Now, what Elon Musk decides to do with your personal data versus what Google would decide, or others, and what might they do with your personal data? It's very dangerous, and there's really no way to tell what's going to happen. To be honest with you, there's going to be sort of white hat AIs and black hat AIs, and I think what we can do is we can favor architectures for AI that make it more difficult on society for AI to take over. Like decentralization is a really good one. The more centralized the thing gets, the worse it gets. The more decentralized it gets, the better it gets. So I think there's going to be choices, and probably the billion robots, some of them will be using one AI and some will be using the other AI. So you'll have like white hat and black hat robots. So I do think that is going to happen actually.
Yeah.
What are some of the,
Go ahead.
really quick, if I could, what are some of the good models out there right now, and what are the ones that should be avoided?
I think they're all pretty good right now, to be honest with you. I don't think they've gone on. I don't think they've dialed this stuff up yet. They're still in the adoption phase of getting people used to going to a ChatGPT app and getting people comfortable with talking to a new friend who they probably trust more than their other friends, and build that trust. And I think for a little while there's a hiatus here where it's not too bad. I don't think the biases. I haven't seen things that are like really egregious yet. But then it hasn't. I don't think it's really started yet.
Right.
And I think and there's no laws. There's no governance frameworks that governments have put in really to contain it. Everybody's kind of waiting to see what's going to happen. So I think it's a wait and see thing right now, but it's a for sure collision.
I don't want to say too much because I know my time is limited, so I want to let Brent chime in as well. Worst case scenario, things go bad and sort of the globalists kind of start controlling things. I would say that would happen if the Democrats sort of take over in a very monolithic and powerful way. What should we expect to see if that happens? And is there any way to resist at this point? I mean, if they take back control, is it completely over in your point of view, or is hope still possibly over the horizon?
Well, first of all, I love being asked a question about how bad could things get. I am, after all, the Prince of Darkness at some level, so it's my area of expertise. And then could things still reverse back again? Well, look, as I'm fond of saying, the United States as a piece of real estate isn't going anywhere. The question is, what's it going to be zoned for as its highest and best use? Our founding fathers tried 250 years ago to zone it for individual liberty, right? And they tried to zone it so that it would accentuate in its structures the ideas of John Locke, and it would control the weaknesses identified by Thomas Hobbes about our nature, right? So they did our best, but the beast is loose. All right, so what's a worst case scenario? Have some fun with this for a moment. Worst case scenario, as somebody who's in recovery, I can tell you all about the problems of relapsing. So the worst case scenario is that number of voters needed to sort of try to at least continue some of the things Trump's trying to do. By the way, Trump, not a free speech guy, certainly has helped free speech on the team right side. There's no question about that. All we got to do is look at his public statements and threats he's made against other speech, threatening to pull licenses and other things. So free speech is good so long as he likes it, right? But let's say that voters react and toss out this very narrow, thin Republican majority, and let's say they do it very decisively in 2028. What do we get then? Well, a relapse is usually worse than what brought you into recovery in the first place. And so I suspect what you would see inside this country is an immediate attempt to double down on those things lost. You could see us rejoining immediately the Paris Climate Accords. You can see us rejoining immediately the World Health Organization. You could see us incredibly, aggressively, enthusiastically supporting the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. You could see us from that globalist perspective jumping back in aggressively to try to correct the perceived mistakes of the Trump administration. Immigration stuff is interesting. So you won't see suddenly the borders reopening because we've closed them, and people, there's no way to open them again, right? The American people won't stand for that. But you will see a incredibly bad clash internally over the illegals still here. What are we going to do? We'll probably do nothing. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, you're going to have this AI piece taking jobs. And that is going to create, at least in the short term, a culture of even more dependency. People don't do well with idle time and dependency. Rich will get richer. We know this. Everyone's saying that now. Every single prognosticator is admitting, at least in the short run, AI makes the rich much richer. And then amidst all that unrest and with all that idle time, you will have a large number of people walking around all day, not talking about solutions, not working on ideas, but they will be talking to their new artificial friend on their phone, who will give them all sorts of empathy, sympathy, try to boost their self-esteem, and maybe otherwise suggest that they end their lives if that doesn't go well. This is the dark scenario we look at. None of what I said necessarily will happen. Spirit, are these the things that will happen or that might happen? We'll turn to Dickens, written by a human, not AI. I have no way of knowing, but that's a pretty dark scenario I painted. I don't think any of it's crazy. I think all of it's tragic, and it's all potential.
Yeah, you pointed out. I would say that one of the most important things, of course, is what you were saying. People awakening to this possible nightmare scenario, and then as a result, having some kind of a unified front, a unification, despite sort of this fractured and fragmented, Republican Party, MAGA, call it whatever you want. I don't know. Is that possible? I mean, how do we get that going? How do we tell people how important it is that we unify and that we become engaged?
Starts with awareness, right? I mean, it starts with people paying attention. And, I think communities like this one, and at human events, I mean, these are people that pay attention. But to be honest with you, most Americans don't pay as much attention. And that's really got to change. And people have to get involved and take an opinion and express it. And I think people have not done that.
I am so surprised when I run across somebody who actually has no clue about anything. And I run across them all the time. And I mean, we give them names, normies, zombies, whatever you want to call them. And it's sad. I'm not trying to be demeaning, but it's just true. There's a lot of people that just have absolutely no clue what's going on. I mean, they know things are a little off, a little messed up, but they have no clue that possibly everything is at stake and that we're at a serious crossroads. And so you're right, it has to be an awareness, but then we have to somehow come together when we're so divisive right now. And maybe we can, because Brent does a great job trying to bring some that are, in the Democrat Party that way. There'll be some that join us. I don't see a lot of them joining us, but independents for sure.
Take us out,
right?
Barry.
Absolutely. Anyway, I'm going to have to take us out. And we'll be back after this break.
All right, there you go. We're on radio break right now.
Yeah,
You got to watch your time.
I figured CS could step in, but we didn't talk about it, so I apologize for that.
All good. John, I was much darker than you were.
I was going to say, we're going to get to some happy stuff, aren't we?
I hope we get to happy stuff soon.
Well, we gave both sides. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just all doom and gloom. And I'm against the doom and gloom. I talk about it all the time. I think being black-pilled is incredibly dangerous. It's exactly how you lose sight. It's how you lose track. It's how you go backwards. And you can't just see everything as evil like the black pill do. They don't see any good at all, period. It's all doom and gloom.
You got to visualize success, though. We should talk about the other side of the equation. What could go really well? It could.
Well, I sure hope so. I sure hope so. But, it can't stay in limbo forever. You know what I'm saying? Because that's kind of where we're at. There's no real one idea that has the predominant force right now. Nobody has the conch, so to speak, right? So
it's interesting because they say that the Save America Act has like 88% approval or something, yet it seems like no one actually believes that, or that isn't really happening, because it seems like then why shouldn't that just automatically happen? A no-brainer. So there's something else going on.
Real quick, Brent, when did you send that book out?
Oh gosh, right after, I think on the Friday after our last show.
Oh my God!
You don't have
I
it?
I still don't have it.
Oh my gosh, I'll send you another one. I sent it, they do that book rate thing at the post office, which I don't really care about. But when they said, what's in the envelope? I said, a book. They said, oh, well, there's, a special rate for that. I'm like, okay, whatever. Maybe it's going to get delivered in a decade. But I'm going to make myself a note tomorrow.
Well,
I'm actually going to put it in my calendar to send you another one tomorrow. I mean, I got a bunch of them. I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
So-
I thought maybe something happened in the mail. That's all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It was the Friday
we're
after
good.
our last show.
Yeah.
If
And
you're
if I
sending
get-
out books,
and-
I almost want to.
If I get 2
Oops, sorry, go
copies,
ahead.
I'm going to give one to the school that my kids go to.
Well,
Okay.
I'll just send you 2 copies.
Okay.
Did you did you write a book, Brett? Did you book?
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
John, you need to get your hands on it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love to.
Dissidently speaking. Right?
It's
Let's-
yeah. I've written I've
Let's
actually
talk about
John,
it. On the,
written a bunch
Yeah,
of
yeah.
books. But the one that they're referring to is the one that I wrote just under my own name that came out 2 years ago, called Dissidently Speaking, Change the Words, Change the War. It's really a book of ideas. It's a skeptic's guide to some contemporary issues and American problems, all designed for the purpose of trying to get people to flip 2 words in the English language, and that is to stop saying it is all the time and instead ask, is it? And I always say, related to that, it's stop saying they are and start asking, are they? And finally get yourself a really good mirror and look at it and stop saying I am, but ask, am I?
All right. That concludes the first part of the show. I will get everybody up on the next part for hour 2 of Censorship Sucks. Sorry I didn't catch that earlier. I've been trying to catch up conversations all around. There you
Okay,
go, John.
cool, John's
Sorry
here.
we got cut off, guys.
Well, so anyway, last thought on that, John, is that my only regret about the book, which has been very well received by people who have read it, humbled by the reviews and things, but it ought to have my partner's name on it as well. I mean, she designed the cover of it and the name of it and did the illustrations in it. But frankly, our work together on Common Ground Campus inspired much of the content. And while I give her a lot of credit inside the book, I should have had her name on it. But other than that, I'm pleased with the work. Just disappointed about that mistake.
Bluetooth connected.
I got to play this clip for you here. This was Donald Trump about 2 days before Brent's book came out, An American Dissident. Ready?
This is funny.
Hilarious.
Yeah, we know you did that.
1 second, it's just loading. Oh, come on, you can load faster than that. Yeah, I am an American dissident, is what he said. I'm an American dissident.
And in many ways,
Sorry about that. The second it loaded, I reloaded it.
and in many ways, we're living in hell right now. Because the fact
Sorry. My internet is not playing nice right now.
Are you
is
connected
Joe
to
Biden
Starlink?
is a threat to
No.
Yeah.
Anyway.
democracy. He really is a threat to democracy. I stand before you today not only as your past and hopefully future president, but as a proud political dissident. I am a dissident.
Literally 2 days before his book came out, he said, I am a dissident.
Yeah, well, there's a fun real story behind that. The dissident piece, and some in your audience have heard this, but for fun, just to recap it since you bring it up and John's here. In January of 2021, immediately after the January 6th event, I had a sense of what was about to happen. And the reason I had a sense of what was about to happen is that, as William Randolph Hearst once said, you give me pictures, I'll give you a war. And I knew that the images coming out of January 6th were going to give the authoritarian element in this country an opportunity to turn to regular Americans and say, see how dangerous these people are. We're going to have to take some very drastic steps now to protect you from them. And that's exactly what they did. And so I sat at my kitchen table and I penned out a 8,000-word essay on titled Understanding and Embracing the Role of a 21st Century American Dissident. And I described what was about to happen, and I suggested tactics we need to employ to fight back. What was interesting is at the time I did not write anything under my own name, but I did write for Charlie Kirk. And so I offered the piece to Charlie, and he read it, and he said, look, I love it, but keep it, it's yours, publish it yourself. So I did. I published it on my own website, and it went viral internationally. I had people reaching out to me from Australia, Vancouver, Canada, the United Kingdom, all over the place about it. And then what happened very shortly thereafter is that Charlie took that theme, and if you go back to speeches he was giving in the early part of 2021, you'll hear him starting to use that term dissident. And he worked it into his lexicon and his stump speech.
I'll tell you what, Brent, hold that thought, because let's talk about all this on the show.
Okay. Sorry.
Let's get into it. And John, I kind of want to give you the lead for this next half hour. Kind of give you the reins, sort of control the flow of the show. Ask what you want. I have read the book, Dissonantly Speaking, and it is fantastic. And while Brent is mailing out some tomorrow, he ought to send one to you in the mail as well.
I will.
I'll go buy it. Just send me a link.
Well, okay. I'll email it to you,
rather
John.
somebody bought it.
Yeah, all proceeds, by the way, go to support our program with youth. Just so you know, so you're donating to a cause that's helping to bridge the divide, which you and I will talk more about offline.
My pleasure.
Yeah, I remember coming out on a Tuesday, and I had Brent on the following Wednesday, and I thought I'll just, it's a couple hundred pages. I'll bust it out tonight, before I go to bed. It's not that kind of book. He really makes you sit down and think, and it's very impressive from that aspect. I think you recommend to read it over the course of a month or something.
Well, to read it in chunks, and there's reflection questions actually at the end of each chapter for people to contemplate based on what they had just read, all in that spirit of asking questions of themselves, right? And that. I don't care if somebody believes the same thing they believed before they talked to me or read me. I just care that they thought about it now and now they believe it. I'd like a thought to follow
Here's your
I'd
countdown.
like a conclusion to follow
3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Very special April Fool's edition for 2026. And on that note, I couldn't have a better panel tonight. I'll start with one of my favorite guests all the time. Every month he comes on, Brent Hamachek from Human Events, Just the News. Brent, welcome aboard. Happy to have you for Hour 2 on this special episode.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. I usually only stay for an hour. I'm staying for 2 hours, which means this will push 60 minutes past my bedtime. So I'm going to do my best. If I nod off in the middle of it, please, I hope your audience is forgiving. I'm up quite late.
Awesome. And Bullhorn Barry in the house. How you doing, Barry? I see you're muted. You might have stepped away from your mic for a second. So we'll go over to John Ottman as well. John Ottman, the chairman of the board of the great website minds.com, minds.com. Folks, go check it out if you haven't already. You can all find my content over there at minds.com/censorshipsucks. Censorship sucks. John, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me. Absolutely.
Awesome. Now, as I said during the break, I wanted to kind of give you the reins of the show here for the next half hour, and kind of we were talking about Brent's book, Dissonantly Speaking, And what a phenomenal job he did putting that together. And you haven't read it yet. Obviously, we'll have you on maybe in another month, and you'll maybe have that under your belt at that point. I'd love to have that conversation with you and Brent once you've actually consumed the book, because I think it'll be an awesome conversation. I think you'll have some fantastic questions that maybe didn't even occur to me. But some of the things he gets into are, team left and team right, and how there's different, what do you call them, platoons, battalions?
Platoons, yes.
Platoons. And each platoon is sort of like an issue. Abortion, think of that as, say, a platoon, and how people align with team left or team right because of how they feel about certain platoons, so to speak. They may not agree on everything, but they agree vehemently on this, so therefore they're team left, or therefore they're team right. And he really creates a opportunity for you to sort of open your mind and think differently about politics and try to look at it from a perspective of, Brent, what do you say? I don't want to say you're wrong. I want to say, what's the question?
Oh, yeah, we in Common Ground Campus, we don't ever say you're wrong. We say I see it differently. And that is that piece of constructive engagement we bring to the table. Certainly okay when people read the stuff I write, if they want to say I see it differently. If they tell me I'm wrong, I'm going to say that's not very nice. Would you like to rephrase? But in any case, everything we do in the Common Ground Campus program and everything about this book is just to try to get people to open their minds and think and consider, as I like to say, and John, as you and I get to know each other, we'll hopefully get to know each other better over time. I believe that one of the most dangerous things that a free society can face are axioms that aren't true. And there are a lot of things in this country that people take as being axiomatically true that are not. And so the goal of the book, the goal of all of our work, is to stop and think about what you're being told and stop taking so many things as a given as being true and really challenge them. Not challenge them for the sake of challenging them. It's not about trying to be combative. It is about trying to be thoughtful. And, I think the two greatest questions that ever have been formed in all of human history are why and why not. And we need to do a better job of asking those questions, not in a cynical way, but a thoughtful way.
Well, I mean, what I learned in the break, which I'll tell everyone, is that the book you wrote and the story behind it, as you write for as you were writing for Charlie Kirk, and I think that's a pretty cool story, and maybe you might want to just share that a little bit. I mean, at Minds.com, as I was saying earlier, we literally went off site one day, did a strategic planning session, and we decided the strategy of the company was going to be to bridge the divide, to get left working with right, to get people dialoguing. And it's only through dialogue that you can actually achieve harmony. Is sort of and we wrote academic papers with professors on the subject, and Bill and Jack, my sons, have done that. And it's really a critical strategy. And I think Charlie Kirk was the explosion of that idea. I mean, he took it to the next level. And what was it like, like writing for him and putting a book out, with him and helping communicate that message with him?
Well, it's a fun question. My history with Charlie was long and broad. So people talk about all the different things I did with him. The thing I was probably the most tickled with that I ever did with Charlie Kirk is I was his original weight room trainer. The last few years of his life, and people would say, "Man, I saw Charlie. He's really getting bulked up." I just kind of smile and say, "Yeah, he must have had a good weight training program." But in any case, he and I worked together for effectively a decade, and wrote his columns, and did his political science training, did his persuasive communication training, and was effectively his media coach, or one of them, for from 2014 through 2016. And so extraordinary to watch him grow and develop. People will thank me or compliment me. Oh, wow, it's great that you worked with Charlie. You did such a good job. They have it backwards. You know, he was going to be great no matter who worked with him. But I would not have the opportunities I have today if he had not worked with me. So I didn't make him. It's in reverse. He made me. And he made me by allowing me to share and contribute the things I know, whatever, with him. And by doing that, that elevated me to a status that I never would have been at otherwise. So Charlie Kirk made me, and he made me by giving me an opportunity to help him. It's pretty simple, straight up.
And so when you write the book, when you write your book, you know, is it you talking or Charlie?
So fun stuff. So first of all, there's different ways to answer that question depending upon what I was writing. So dissonantly speaking, the book we were talking about during the break, we talked about at the beginning of the segment, that book is not Charlie. That book is myself. And then again, my dear friend and colleague, Felissa Blazek, who really is the brains behind the Common Ground Campus program. I always tell people, you know, she does all the work and I just show up at an event or something. You know, I spend 60 minutes doing something. She spends 60 hours setting it up. And she's the one that created it. So that book is hers and mine. But with the other stuff, the stuff I did with Charlie, it depends. So I'll share a couple of fun things with you. First of all, a statistic. I'll give you a stat. I put together just recently for fun. I was curious. The all of the opinion columns and the radio show monologues from his early radio show days in 2020 and 21 that I wrote for him. It came out to 367,000 words. That's 1,250 pages in 12-point Microsoft Word font. Okay, so it's a lot of content. And early days when we were working together, his ideas and mine were essentially the same. And when he would pick a topic that he wanted to write about, I'd just give him I'd ask him a quick question, anything special you want to say? And he'd hit a couple things. I'd write the column almost like I was writing it for myself. He'd take it and he'd get it published, right? Because our thought process was very, very similar. And that started to change over time as Charlie became deeper and deeper into his faith, especially that more evangelical sort of notion of it. And while he was doing that, I was going in a different direction. And so by the time we lost him, he was very, very much a devout and serious Christian fundamentalist, I'll say, for lack of a term. And I am a confirmed deist. So, we're very far apart, which meant as we continued to work together, my writing for him became more challenging for me because I wasn't able to just take a topic and write what I thought, and he thought the same thing. Oh, no. Now I really had to get exactly what he thought and what he wanted to say because it was counterintuitive to my own thoughts. So we evolved over time.
Wow.
And, but we still did it together, and it worked. There were a lot of things I wrote for him, some short books and booklets and essays and things in the last couple of years of his life, stuff I wrote that I literally didn't agree with hardly even a word of it, but wrote it anyway because I certainly supported his right to say it, and it was a privilege to work with him.
Well, I mean, it's a real transformation that he brought to U.S. politics, and it's awesome that you had a big role in that, actually.
Well, I had some role, but again, I can't stress enough. In the plainest way to say it is what I already said. I didn't make him; he made me, straight up. So, the role I played is a role that would have been played by any one or more people that he had chosen to play it. Right? I mean, it's like casting for a major movie. You get all kinds of folks lining up; they could all play the role. You know, who gets picked? And everybody said, "Oh, didn't they do a great job?" Yeah, George Clooney did. Brad Pitt would have been just as great, right? Because it was a great movie. And Charlie Kirk was a great movie. And I just got cast in a role.
Yeah, it's hard to think of. It's hard to think of anybody who emerged so quickly on the political scene and had so much influence. I mean, it really was a barnstorm. You know, in 3 or 4 years, he just emerged. I mean, he was dominating social media in a really big way, like few people have ever done. It's quite remarkable.
Brent, what do you think of all the conspiracies going on behind the scenes? All these wild rumors. I don't even want to say her name, but What do you think of all that? Do you take it personally?
She who shall not be named. Well, I don't take it personally. None of it's directed at me. I take it as an extraordinarily interesting form of garbage. I have a really simple thing to throw out to anyone with any sort of crazy conspiracy they're peddling to the public. It's pretty simple. I want to know this, and I sure wish, by the way, there was a way to actually do this, what I'm about to construct. But I want to know that if the great, omnipotent, all-powerful being of knowledge and truth came down before them and stood before them, that being that knows the truth about everything, and at the same time, somebody suddenly shows up standing next to them with a gun, a Glock pointed at their temple, and then they are told, all right, your latest conspiracy theory is X. The great giver of truth standing in front of you knows the truth. So you have to bet your life. Is your theory true or not true? Simple. Bet your life. I want to know if Candace Owens and people like her would actually bet on their theories, if that gun was at their head and the truth was in front of them, or if they might just hedge. And I suspect most all of them would hedge, because I suspect most all of them are simply in this for one reason: to gin up hatred and to use that hatred to create a swirl around them so that they can get more attention, get more subscribers, get more money, get more power, have more influence. And the tragedy about it is not all these conspiracy theories. That's not the tragedy. The tragedy is the members of the human race that pay attention to them and follow them and subscribe to them. That is the tragedy. As I have said before, and I'll leave it here, Mein Kampf is a book on a back shelf in a library, dusty and old and almost non-existent to memory, if the people of Germany don't elect Adolf Hitler chancellor a few years later, and if they don't follow him into war to conquer Europe, and if they don't decide it's a good idea to exterminate the Jewish people. It is not about the bringer of the word. It is about those who follow it. And we need to take personal responsibility. So before we go after Candace Owens, let's go after her subscribers and the people that give her credence. That's the problem, the real problem. But I don't feel strongly about it.
What about you, John?
I was watching Dan Bongino, a Good Minds user, yesterday, and somebody had started a rumor that the shell casing from the rifle that was found on the roof didn't match the wound or the fragments that were found in the wound, and actually it was a complete misreading of what the actual report was. And the report was that they couldn't tell what the fragment came from, but it came out as if it's not this. The gun, it's a different. The shell casing didn't match the thing, so it was like total bullshit. And Bongino went apoplectic on this thing yesterday. He really went crazy on it, and he's certainly in an interesting position to have a pretty good perspective on what actually happened. So I was glad to see that rumor got squashed.
Well, there's an interesting thing that people have to accept with regard specifically to the conspiracy theory around Charlie Kirk's assassination, and that is this. And I will offer that what I'm about to say literally can't be challenged. And that is, if the story that's being presented in court, that the young man who shot Charlie did not, in fact, was the one that shot him, but that there was an entire conspiracy involved that perhaps includes the state of Israel, other actors, another shot, all of this stuff. If that is the case, that means that Donald Trump and his administration were either involved in ordering, blessing, or covering up Charlie Kirk's assassination. End of. Because the FBI's been there, they've invested all of this, right? And in order for this to actually have a conspiracy behind it, there's no way to pull that off without the Trump administration being involved. And I'm not buying it. Sorry, I'm not buying it. And I'm not on the air with you tonight as some big Trump supporter, right? Anything but. But I'm not buying that Donald Trump was either involved in ordering, blessing, or covering up the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's bollocks.
But one thing that's for sure is that there's been a complete lack of forthcoming information to me. It seems that way. Maybe I'm not following it closely, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of information out there to put all these other perspectives away.
Well, I don't know. We only have a few seconds left, and you're opening up a pretty big can of worms. So I would say, the shooter confessed. His parents turned him in. They found the rifle. It's pretty open and shut. I don't think there's anyone that would say this isn't just an open and shut case, and the guy's guilty as can be from what we've seen so far. So I don't know what's really missing. What else I need to see.
Well, it's not so much who's the shooter, but like how did he ever get to that point, and who else?
But John, here's the thing, and just takes 2 seconds here, and that's what trials are for. And if we think about this case and what Candace Owens and others have done, and we think, well, why aren't they giving us all the facts? Because that's not what ever happens. Those things aren't presented until a trial. I mean, an investigative reporter might get a leak somewhere from the DA's office or whatever.
On that note, we've got a hard break. We'll bring this up right when we come back, I promise. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break. You guys are hot tonight.
Fun stuff.
This is fire, man. We're hitting it on all cylinders tonight. I'm so happy.
Thanks, everybody. We're having you back, John. I didn't catch you earlier and say that, but appreciate you coming in with us.
Hey, man, are you kidding me? With you guys?
Yeah, with us.
You guys are the base.
Hey, are you familiar with Beam, John?
With who?
Beam streaming.
BEAM. Beam, yeah. Mark, explain.
Yeah.
I'm stepping away for 1 second, guys.
Angel Munoz.
Jim Beam?
No, not Jim Beam. Come on. Yeah. Well, yeah, he can be a friend too, but he's not so much of a good a friend to.
Okay, it's Beam Gaming. It's a multi-streaming service, right? Yeah. So if you're a gamer, you can go to Beam, set up an account there, pretty much for free, and then shoot it out to every other website that you want to broadcast it to, right?
Yeah, tons.
And they're growing like crazy. He's got like one of the fastest growing sites out there in this area, and he's going to be on the show next month as well. So I thought maybe if you're down, I'd be happy to introduce you to him on the air.
Sure, I'd love to. I'm you know, my gaming experience, you know, it's you know, it goes back to when
Well, he does so much more than gaming, though. I stream there.
He's in your realm.
I'm really not, you know, I'm pretty good with writers, but you know, I'm not exactly the gaming guy that you might want for that. But,
No, but it's a social media site as well. I mean, it's you're in the same realm. You really are. You should know each other.
Sure.
I'll send you some links and stuff when we get done with the show.
Yeah.
And if you find it interesting, you're welcome to come on. If you know you don't think he can add much to the conversation, we don't need you. You know, it's all good.
He does mostly video platforming, John.
Yeah.
And with his platform, and he also has I can't remember what the communication thing. He has a phone service too, but you can do.
Oh yeah.
You can. I stream. I always do my stream and have all the restreams that I connect to through Beam Streaming. All right, and
yeah,
it's great.
And you know, it consolidates all the comments too,
Yes.
which is really cool. So you get all the comments. Like if somebody quotes comments on YouTube, you see it in Beam.
Yeah, there's only a few that it can't do that with, but it's very rare. Rumble and BitChute are the two that I use that it doesn't do that with, but it usually catches everybody else's.
So, as we got about a minute before we go back live, you want to dive into some new stuff, or what? Is there anything else in particular?
Whatever John wants. Literally, I mean that. John, whatever you want to do, I'm in. I'll follow you.
Which John?
John, I'm the distinguished guest, John.
Okay, I'm in.
with whom I'm trying to make a good impression, since it's my first impression, you see.
oh no!
Oh man, you didn't come on shirtless. That's
Yeah,
going to
'cause I
set
do
you
that
back.
a lot.
That's going to set you back at least 3 points, at least with the grannies. But anyways,
Right.
we're under 30 seconds, fellas.
Remember, you can't see me from the waist down.
That's only censorship.
That's
sucks.
probably a good thing, though. You know, family friendly. You know. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Here we come again with another countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Wednesday night edition, a very special April Fool's edition, in fact. And with us tonight, we've got Brent Hamachek. How you doing, Brent?
Never better. Good to be here always.
The distinguished author of Dissidently Speaking. Folks, go buy it now. It's a phenomenal book. We spent a good amount of time tonight talking about it. So make sure to get that checked out. If you like social media, minds.com is your site. We've got John Ottman, the chairman of the board for Minds, with us tonight. How you doing, John?
Hey guys.
And of course, Bullhorn Barry.
Hey, just enjoying, man. Listen to everybody's opinion. Right?
Yeah. Jump in there. Jump in. Feel free to jump in.
Different opinion.
Freedom fighter Victor.
Well, Victor part's going to be important, I hope, right?
Yeah, and now Brent and I have talked extensively about this next subject. So, John Ottman, I think I'd like to bring you in just to hear what you have to think about this big, beautiful war we've got going on over in the Middle East with Iran. Brent, I know what you're thinking. We'll get to you in a second.
I'm good. I could listen to John for a half hour and just might.
He's opinionated, though. You definitely, I know you have something to say about it. That's for sure. Donald Trump asked for 4 weeks. It has been 4 weeks. Pretty much today's the 1st, so it's a new month. It's April. We should be out of here by April 1st, I was told. Now he's saying we will be done in 2 to 3 weeks. Mission accomplished. John Ottman, is it mission accomplished?
Well, I think he's gonna make a speech in like an hour and a half. Is what I heard. He's got like a 9 p.m. Eastern time announcement on that. So, you know, probably some of you guys are closer to the scoop on that. But I think he's going to probably say, going to wind it down. I don't think he's going to get stuck in there with ground troops. I don't see that happening. I think he's a pretty smart player. He's not going to get sucked into that, I don't think. I don't think you have to send in the ground troops to keep the Straits of Hormuz open. I don't think that's necessary. And so, he's just not. I think he's going to write a new doctrine for the U.S. military, which is how to go in and do an engagement like this and then leave, and let them figure it out. And maybe people will say, you didn't succeed in the regime change. Well, it's not. It's really up to the Iranians to succeed on the regime change more than us. I think that's what people get really pissed off about, is when we start putting leaders and political systems in place that we decide, not the people who actually live there. So I'd say my own feeling is, and the U.S. military, wow, they get a 10. A 10.10. You can't give them higher marks for the professionalism and the skill and the awesome power that they have unleashed in this engagement. I mean, they'll write about this for years in the future, I think, in terms of the air power and the use of air power and naval power. And I mean, they just wow. I mean, I remember early on, Reagan smacked the Ayatollah. He went in with the jets, and then you didn't hear a peep from those guys for a long time. And then, as Obama administration went on, totally turned that around, then they got very dangerous. So I think they're defanged. Hopefully the nuclear threat's gone. It's not really up to us to tell them what kind of government that they should have. They should make that own decision. But we should set a good example, and hopefully they'll pick a good democratic system. Iran, when I was young, was a very Western country. Like most younger people in America today don't realize that, beyond 50 years ago, Iran was a vibrant Western society. You didn't have people, under authoritarian socialist Islamic regime that's just snuffed the life out of that place. So I'm hoping, and I think that the people of Iran are behind what's going on. I have some friends in Dubai, and I've talked to them a lot, and they've been under attack. They've got drones blowing up there, and they're feeling good, I think. And they're right there in theater. I was just talking to them the other day. And so I'd say there's a good chance that the U.S. can conclude this, end the nuclear threat, keep the Straits of Hormuz open. And, they've blown Iran out of our hemisphere. They've blown up strategically Iran's military and energy connections with China and Russia. I mean, it's been a massive strategic win so far for the U.S. And as long as we can keep it where it is now, it could be Trump's signature move as a president. But we'll see over the next month, how that plays out. I think the next month will tell the story. Certainly, you look at Venezuela, and that's a spectacular result. I mean, that's an amazing result. I read the Venezuelans are now shipping oil into the world market, and receiving, the best price for their oil that they've been receiving, for 30 years. So, and I've been to Venezuela before it collapsed, and I'll tell you, that's a wonderful country, wonderful people. They were imprisoned by terrible leaders and a terrible system down there, and now they're free, and I think they're all really happy. And I think there's a good chance that that's the case in Iran. I think there's a good chance of that. So maybe they've done a really good job, and I think we can hold out hope for that until there's some evidence to the contrary. But maybe it's going to be a huge win for the Trump administration. That's what I think.
Brent?
I'm left with just a bunch of questions, and questions that are going to take some time to answer. And I've got embracing my inner Lieutenant Columbo. I've just got a few things that are bothering me, and one of the things that bothers me is this idea about the nuclear threat. I get it. I have two different concerns about that. One is, I thought last year we eliminated the nuclear threat. We were told that we did. So I thought that was done. If it wasn't done, by the way, were folks mistaken when they told us it was, or were they lying? That's the universe of options, by the way. There are no other options. They were either mistaken or lying. Either's concerning. So if that wasn't what we really were doing here this time, then I'm still trying to figure out what the objective of the mission was. Something, by the way, we still have never heard clearly articulated. Doesn't mean there wasn't one. We just don't know what it was. But I guess that could be okay. I'm still troubled at the go forward idea of, and I talked about this on your show last month, I think, I did at least somewhere. What if Marco Rubio, some weeks ago, did something very, very unusual when he came out and talked to the press? What if he actually told the truth? I mean, nobody in Washington tells the truth. I get that. So it's kind of a hypothetical. So what if Rubio told the truth? And when he said that the reason we attacked Iran, the reason we attacked is that we heard that Israel was going to attack. And if Israel had attacked and we hadn't attacked first, then we would have been attacked in retaliation. So we attacked because they were going to attack. And so that led to us acting. Folks, what if that's true? If that's true, every single American citizen needs to be terrified that somehow or other another nation's decision, a nation, by the way, that only exists because of us helping it, that its decisions are making ours for us. That is terrifying. If Rubio was telling the truth. Trump, of course, the next day said he wasn't. So, okay, I don't know. But that's bothering me. And the next thing that bothers me is all the things that are going to happen next that we have no idea what they are. So when we decided to attack Iran in the Middle East, to attack a very fundamentalist Islamic regime, when we decided to do that, when we decided to essentially go in and destroy their way of life for what will be a long time, the disruption and damage we've caused, by the way, I'm not morally objecting to that. But as a practical matter, what we did do is we just spilled a glass of water all over the globe. And I have no prediction what comes from it. But I'm concerned by it. And I'm especially concerned at what Israel's incursion into Lebanon potentially means going forward, and just how far that's going to go, and just exactly what it is we're going to permit. Or do we get to permit anything? What's the tail and what's the dog? And what's wagging what? I don't know. That is not, by the way, just to be clear, that is not some sort of anti-Semitic statement. It isn't. It's being concerned as an American that another nation's activities may be, in fact, driving our own when it ought to be the other way around.
Okay, Glaper.
Yeah, here we go.
Just kidding. Let's see here. Okay, we got to talk about this one. Kristi Noem's husband, shocking cross-dressing photo scandal and explicit messages. Did you see him with these gigantic breastages?
Yeah, did.
I didn't.
in the day of AI, I don't know what to make of that. I mean, it'd be so easy to fake that, but apparently this has got some legs to it. And I don't know. I think she's going to be single here soon. She might be on the market, fellas.
I thought she was hooked up with Corey Lewandowski.
Yeah, that too. But
she had a bad week. She had a bad couple of weeks.
Yeah,
she's had a bad couple of years, really, in a sense. My goodness.
She went from a $200 million Marlboro campaign to, this. I mean, she had a bad week.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know, Barry, you got a little snide remark you want to add to this?
Yeah, I just kind of wish I hadn't seen it. That's all I want to say. I did see it. I wish I hadn't seen it. I don't think I can unsee it.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of funny though. I swear he looks the part too. I hate to say it, but you see him and then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, all right, no, thank you, goodbye. Let's move on. This person probably shouldn't be our head of DHS.
Well,
do
you think Trump knew, and that's why he fired her, because it was actually this?
That's what they're saying.
It could be, yeah, and the Lewandowski thing, right?
Yeah, I mean I haven't read too much about that, but
it's a wild world, though. I want to say this is Florida, but not possible to tell which twin is the father because mother slept with both in the same week. So this woman has sex with two twins in the same week, gets pregnant, and now they're trying to do a maternity test and they can't say. It's just now, Brent, is this the black pill world that Barry was trying to warn us about?
I don't know, but stories that start with a Florida man or a Florida woman are always quite interesting, aren't they? But there is nothing like the story that came out last week. Nothing like the story. I think it was last week about the gal who, with no arms and no legs, who was a cornhole champion, who was arrested for shooting a man and killing him in her car that she was driving. And as you read this incredible story, by the way, it's not made up, covered it in just the news, near the end of the whole thing, the one paragraph starts with, police have yet to explain how she was driving a car or fired a weapon. There's no way you can read the story and not think it was Monty Python or Mel Brooks at their finest. And yet it was true. And wait for it. It was a Maryland woman, not a Florida woman, which shows that the oddities in American life are expanding. But yeah, it's, I'm not sure how this woman with no arms, no legs was driving a car, shot a person at the same time, and was a cornhole champion.
Well, professional cornhole.
Professional cornhole.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yes.
I didn't know that was a job.
Well, it's a distinction, right? I mean, I suspect you can work at Starbucks, say as a barista, with no arms, no legs, and still be a cornhole champion in your spare time. So remember what the old jokes we used to do when we were kids. What do you call someone with no arms and no legs in a pile of leaves? Russell. What do you call someone with no arms, no legs in a body of water? Bob. What do you call a woman with no arms and no legs driving a car who also plays cornhole? A murderer. This is, guys, the world has just passed us by.
Bonkers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of all the things too, somehow she got him in the trunk of the car. I could barely do that on my own, able-bodied. To drag a human being into the trunk of a car is not very easy. So how to do it with no limbs? I could see auto drive. Okay, fine. Tesla, right? Punch in an address and off you go. You just got to touch the wheel with your nubs every now and then. And they played a video of him or her. I think it was a him, but you're saying her.
Yeah, well, that's the way the headline read, woman. But hey, in this day and age, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe the person was both. Is both.
Yeah, they showed him shooting a gun, though. It was quite impressive. He actually could pick up a gun and shoot it. Could you imagine, though? You see him working the gun up, you know, and then all of a sudden it's pointing at you, and all of a sudden you're dead. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it would be impossible to take your own death seriously. I mean, you would be lying there with your last breath leaving you, and you would be thinking to yourself, "Really, this is how I'm going out?" Yeah, I mean, wow. You get up to heaven, and you get to the gates, and they say, "What happened?" Well, so I don't know. It's like this. You know, you guys aren't going to believe this, but try us. We've heard everything. Well, there was this person, and they were a quadruple amputee. Wait, stop. We don't buy it. Right? You're not getting into heaven. They're not buying the story. They're going to send you somewhere else.
John, you want to add to that? And if you want to say no to further your career, I don't blame you.
No, I think we can leave the no legs in the arms conversation behind.
Right. Then let's get serious here, and we'll talk about the Supreme Court. Donald Trump was the first president ever in the history of the presidency to go and sit and be present at a hearing in the Supreme Court, and he was involved. It was Trump versus whatever, and it's about birthright citizenship. He wrote an executive order that says, you know, birthright citizenship should not be a thing. I think there's like 1.5 million Chinese people that are American citizens because they were flown over here to give birth and go back, and they've got that birth certificate in hand. They've never stepped foot in America because they couldn't walk during the 3 months that they were here. They might have crawled across a little bit of America, but that's it. No memory of it, no nothing, no allegiance, but yet pure U.S. citizen. Is that something we should have? John Ottman, should we be doing that?
I think he's on to something on this one. You know, what I heard was that, and it was from him, was that the birthright citizenship came about as a result of slaves and the children of slaves, and so the parents weren't citizens, but the children were born here. So the whole thing happened so that those slaves could become citizens. But now it's totally just being gamed, and it's not being used for anything close to what the altruistic motive behind the original law. And so I think actually the Supreme Court, there's a good chance that he could win that. Because and he's got a lot of evidence, like, you know, the Chinese guy the Chinese billionaire who has 57 children that he's fathered in the United States. He's 57 children. I was reading that today. You know, so I think there's a lot of evidence that people are just taking advantage of it, and the law was never meant to be some sort of it's your lucky day you were born in the United States. It was never supposed to be that. It wasn't supposed to be like a lucky day thing. It was supposed to take care of black slaves.
Yeah. Brent, Marco Rubio could be called potentially a anchor baby, in the fact that his parents were in the application process when he was born, but neither of them were U.S. citizens when he was born, but he got that citizenship because he was born here. How does that complicate maybe his potential run for presidency?
Well, I don't think it does, and this is fun. I mean, so John, this is where, you know, like in our Common Ground campus program, we'll say I see it differently, and I do see it quite differently. First of all, in no particular order, I think, to the extent that Trump had even a remote chance of winning this case, even a remote chance, he lost it today by showing up. That move, the first time a president's ever done it. Look, there's only one reason to do that. You're trying to intimidate the justices. And that's just straight up clear. And the stuff he said after the last ruling, right before the State of the Union speech about the justices, the personal insults, the whole bit, it's very clear what his thoughts are about them. Showing up in person. Look, if this vote was going to be 5-4, it just flipped 5-4 the other way. That's my opinion. We'll see what happens. I don't think he has any chance of winning the case, because while you're right about the original timing of the amendment, the problem is there's been a ton of case law since, and even legislation that has affirmed the notion that it does in fact apply to anyone born here. This is one of those that if we want to change it, we either have to change the Constitution, or the United States Congress and the White House would have to come together to pass a piece of legislation that would somehow restrict and limit the right. But he's not going to be able to get away with altering a constitutional amendment with an executive order. In my mind, there is zero chance of that happening. I think the vote likely will be 6-3. We'll see. And, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I am wrong, it's going to be interesting to see what happens afterwards, right? Mm-hmm. Because all hell breaks loose after that, if you think about it, just because of the extraordinary number of people to which it currently applies. So I think, I was on your show every month, right? So way back when he did it, I said I didn't think it had any chance of surviving a constitutional challenge. I don't think it does. We will see. And so, John, you and I see that one differently. And, maybe sometime, after June when the court rules, I think it's going to come out in June sometime. Maybe we can come back and chat about it over a cup of coffee.
Absolutely. I mean, I'll tell you, if you haven't, been to the Supreme Court and been able to sit there and watch them in session, it's something you got to put on your bucket list to go see. And you can, you gotta make an appointment for it. It's like, you got to sign up, but you can go in there and you can sit there and you can listen to them, and they come out on this stage and they have these big chairs they sit in, and it is really, it give you goosebumps up the back of your neck to sit in there and you feel the vibe of this country's justice system in a big way. And imagine President Trump in the front row looking up at those guys. I mean, you're right. That is an intimidation. And I didn't think of that. That's, I think you're exactly right. And that is the reason why no other president's ever done it. It could be a big mistake. You could be right.
Interesting about going in person real quick. When I was in college, I went to a Supreme Court session, and they were arguing a case about ERISA, the Employee Retirement Income and Security Act. A boring subject, right? That's what I got to sit and listen to. So boring was that topic that Thurgood Marshall fell asleep during the oral arguments on the bench. It was clear as day that he was sound.
Clarence Thomas, the whole time when I was there, he was like this. I mean, you couldn't tell if he was asleep or awake.
All right, folks. On that note, John Ottman, chairman of the board from Minds.com. We got Brent Hamachek, #1 best-selling author. Let's put it out there. It's happened. Okay, well, technically. But also the author of Dissonantly Speaking. Folks, thanks so much for coming on, guys. We got to wrap it up here. This has been the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, and we will see you guys on Sunday night.
Thanks so much.
You guys are awesome. Great show.
Yeah, fantastic.
Great turnout so far.
Mark's going to
thank you.
pretty abruptly end this. Yep. So thank you both for coming in.
Yep.
John, I'll send you another email with the link and let you and I
You bet,
talk.
Brad. I look forward to it. Hey, thanks a lot, John. Another John and Mark.
Yep, sure.
It's always fun, guys.
I don't know what his real name is.
John, we'll see you on Minds.com. And Barry is my real name. Barry is my real name. Yeah.
Barry's your real name.
I'll try to get you on Nancy's show in the future too. I'll talk to her as well. She's on a later show. So,
I'm happy.
But I have to get ready and get Jack Carey going for Paranormal Intelligence Agency. So you guys take care. All right.
All right.
See you guys.
We'll see you guys.
Bye, everybody.
Yep.
Ciao.
All right. That was Censorship Sucks, and the end of that. Let's get Jack Carey going. Jack's got all sorts of goodies for us, I'm sure, tonight, especially with the launch stuff going on. And he'll probably have other conspiracy type stuff to talk about. Let's get Jack going. Calling Jack up. Jack should be here very shortly.
Hello.
Hey, Jack, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Switching some stuff around on the old OBS, and we'll get you seen here. Are you going to use your camera
I've
tonight?
not had luck. I've had no luck with my camera, so
There we go.
I'm not sure.
That'll work.
I got a background, but
So how you doing tonight, and what are you up to?
doing all right. Oh, there I go.
There you are.
There I am.
Yeah,
Nice.
your
All
bright,
right.
shining face. Better, better there than on milk cartons, like you say. But
That's right. That's right. So, but it's been a busy week as usual, man. How about your week?
yeah, it's been pretty busy here too. So far, it's Wednesday. You know, we're in the middle of it.
hmm Exactly.
We got
I've been watching.
The Great Conspiracy and Roger restreaming us. I forgot to mention Great Conspiracy earlier. Thank you, Great Conspiracy, and appreciate your restreaming as always.
It's much better than the
What do we got for tonight, Jack?
crazy world of canine cryptids. That's our main topic tonight.
We're not going to need flea collars and rabies shots handy for folks, are we?
Oh, we got a bone to pick with this mystery. We've got a flea to scratch.
A flea to scratch. Did you get a chance to go over any of those links I sent you in Facebook?
I have not. Just because this week has been dealing with
been really busy. And hey, awesome picture. I seen that one that you put up. I didn't. I'm sure you put other ones up as well. That one looks awesome.
Is that the last one I did? The blue and
it's the one with the lady in it. Yeah.
Yeah, the dance. So, Thank you. I appreciate it.
Looks really great.
Thank you very much.
You got 30 seconds, and then we'll get you going.
Excellent. I've been watching The Fright Club all day. Have you been watching that at all?
I heard that the ship went up today, but here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now, Jack.
Everybody at Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. We're the radio show broadcasting from 300 feet deep in abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic badlands of the Dakota Territories. And I'm joined, as usual, by the paranormal crime-fighting duos Daisy and the Sundance Kid are riding shotgun tonight. High above us, somewhere roaming about, are the crazy human mutant monsters from the movie The Hills Have Eyes. So we caught a glimpse of them the other day. They are grotesque indeed, and hunkered down here in the missile silo with the crime-fighting duo. I'm able to kind of analyze what's going on the upper world. And this week, it was going through my head all of the crazy canine cryptids in cryptozoology land. So I decided to make that tonight's topic, the crazy world of canine cryptids. That's going to be our main topic this evening. We'll be discussing everything from the dire wolf to the Shura Warrican to the Dogman and beyond. So what creatures lurk in the shadows, watching us all the time? That's what we're going to be talking about. Was able to actually come across some undeniable Dogman footage in the years I spent out there in the field. This actually came from another field investigator who didn't know they had even captured the images. We'll be talking about that tonight. We'll be talking about the Lakewood Lichen case and a few other Dogman cases I had the honor to work on with the late, great J.C. Johnson. And also, we've got some few just kind of updates in the paranormal news world. For example, the missing general that I have been discussing, the Major General McKesson, is still missing. So as far as I know, he has been disappeared, and so has a female rocket scientist who was somehow tied to the general, who also disappeared under the exact same circumstances. Few items missing from their home, indicating they may have gone hiking. No, nothing else. They just vanished. And the lady vanished long before the general did, the scientist. That's interesting. So I wouldn't say long, but before him by a number of months. And then he goes missing. I wonder what the two of them collectively knew together. And in this day and age of Donald Trump saying, release the UFO files to the Pentagon, and all of the UFO congressional hearings and the whistleblowers and the scientists talking on all the podcasts dealing with the UFO phenomenon. Might the late general, because I don't believe he's alive anymore, but might the late general have known something he was going to try to tell all book about? That's what I suspect, and I suspect that fact became known. He probably applied to be able to release the material, because that's what you have to do when you're talking about classified type material, and that probably was enough for the boys in black, the so-called men in black, the ex-protect guys that are the embedded intelligence agents and assassins in the United States aerospace industry that have been embedded ever since Roswell, are the ones. They are the ex-protect. They are able to operate in such a way that they can take these people out and do it without leaving a single clue as to what happened to them. Many investigators, including dark journalists and myself, believe that it was ex-protect that probably was also responsible for the Kennedy assassination. That might sound insane to some people, but not when we have a memo from Alan Dulles, the active CIA director at the time, stating that they could not allow Lancelot to get his hands on the UFO files. That was a semi-burned memo found in his fireplace, which is very interesting. And Lancelot was the code name for Kennedy. Kennedy, a week before his assassination, requested all UFO files, and he had the intent of sharing them with the Soviet Union in an effort to achieve peace between the two. The idea was to introduce an outside force, an outside enemy, and say, look, let's work together on this phenomenon, and that way we can be peaceful. But the powers that be, the ex-protect guys, the United States aerospace industry, the dark, shadowy world, where that industry collides with the military machine, that world that collides with the military industrial complex, and with military contracts. That's the dark world, the place where the stew for all of this conspiracy and active conspiracy takes place. And we're not conspiracy theorists on this show. We are conspiracy analysts, as the late great Gore Vidal once said. We analyze actual conspiracies taking place in the world. But I digress. That kind of led us off in an interesting direction, but I suspect it was X-Protect, and so does many other ufologists that I'm familiar with. They all think that the good general has been done in, let's say. So, and we got interesting news with the new trip to the moon. It'll be interesting to see if they divulge any information. They will be in their path. They'll be going around to the dark side of the moon before they complete their mission. So it'll be interesting to see if they see any flashes of light or lit up cities or bases or anything like that. That would be fascinating, right? There should be cameras running at all times, but we know how that is. NASA is never a straight answer. So we'll see. We'll see what how this whole thing goes with this new spacecraft that they have constructed, the Artemis 2. So that's also kind of paranormal in the news. Really, the paranormal also runs into the scientific world often, and that's kind of where we're at with the Artemis 2 mission. It's interesting, the Chinese did have a rover up there. I also often wonder what the rover discovered when it was up there, but now it's a race to see who can colonize the moon first and effectively weaponize space. That's really what it comes down to. I read an interesting book once upon a time about the invention of the gun and how that led to all kinds of breakthroughs in civilization. So that's interesting that we're kind of at a point where, we're seeing another example of that. We're seeing another example of warlike behavior, going to be what's responsible for us actually colonizing our moon. So, interesting parallax view on that, right? So, this week's been an interesting week in the markets. We do cover that because of its collision with the cyber prophecies and, the upswing of the long foretold Kali Yuga, the periodic planetary cyclical motion that we go through that takes us up through golden ages and back down around through dark ages. And we have come up out of the last dark age and beginning to see the light, as it were, of our galactic center. And with that, we get all kinds of biological benefits, but it doesn't come without a bit of a shock, and it doesn't come without many people sort of feeling a new weird energy taking effect around the planet and with biological life itself. You can kind of feel it in the people around you. At least I do. And it's interesting that it's so noticeable. There is a thing called the Schumann resonance indicator, and that's something that many people are familiar with, but that would be an indication that you can kind of follow that, and whenever that pegs to the upside, that's always an indication of some kind of strange shock taking place to the human psyche, right? And that kind of coincides with a lot of the cyber prophecies foretold by the WebBot and ClipEye's algorithmic equations that we're able to harness if you will, the collective psychic energy of the human species by analyzing speech patterns. That's pretty cool stuff. And the place where science runs into the paranormal world, right? It's revealed many, many interesting insights into the materium around us. And a lot of those insights are coming true now. And I refer to them on this show as the cyber prophecies. And that's kind of what we're dealing with. Right now, we're seeing the emergence of so-called sci-fi worlds, something the Webbot prophesied a long time ago. And with that, you're probably going to see a lot of UFO secrets become known to the public, along with actual technology beginning to benefit the populace of the world that was back engineered from alien technology. You have to remember that everything starts off as a military invention or utilization of some kind, and then that technology tends to trickle down into society in a non-military way. For instance, night vision. You know, once upon a time, only the military had night vision. Now you can buy any kind of awesome night vision rifle scope you can possibly afford, right? They're out there, military quality. So thermal cameras, drones, you name it. We could go down the list. The list goes on and on and on of technology that started off with military applications, because that's always the way it works in society, and then it slowly trickles down. It won't be any different with the alien technology. It's just taken them a really long time to effectively weaponize it. That's really what we're down to with it. You know, we're dealing, according to their testimony, with a technology which can bend time and space and therefore reality, right? How do you begin to weaponize something like that? That's really kind of what's at the heart of them attempting to weaponize this thing. But presumably, if you can project or create your own gravity, you can create weapons of amazing destruction. And that's presumably what these craft are able to do. So we'll have to see how that progresses, the weaponization of alien technology. And if we're to listen to a lot of the insiders, the whistleblowers out there, they're indicating that these things are possibly, they're possibly interdimensional in nature. So it could be that we're actually in possession of something that didn't even originate in this reality matrix. That's hard to even wrap our brains around, isn't it? But it's true. So, but all of this was prophesied, and it's prophesied at the same time as major economic kind of upheaval takes place. The upheaval is basically the so-called death of the fiat currency system. I don't expect apocalyptic like stuff like entire banks imploding and that kind of thing. I think what you're seeing right now is them adapting to the new technologies that are out there and turning everything into digital. And I think that's going to allow them to evolve in such a way that you're not going to see an implosion of the old system as much as you're going to see an evolving of the old system into the new. That's kind of the way things work. Revolutions always become a mixture of the old and the new. History has proven that time and time again, and I don't think that this particular revolution will prove any different than that. The old powers that be just have a way of also evolving into the new powers that be. It's unfortunate for us that that's the case, but and basically we're at a place where we should begin to see massive change. And that's really kind of what we have been seeing, right? So, the interesting thing is, and I'm kind of watching the markets as we talk here, you're seeing the United States dollar actually begin to weaken at a time when the cryptocurrency, like Clarity bills about to act, go into active, they're about to pass that. If they pass the Clarity Act, that's going to open up a vast amount of like 401k kind of funds to flow in, and that kind of funds are tough to, they're tough to fight against when that kind of money flow comes in. It's interesting, but it's tough to fight that. It just absorbs selling pressure because it's wave after wave of retirement kind of money, and that may fulfill the prophecy of these things overtaking fiat currencies. So there is things in the works that are kind of like that, but that seemed to be a manifestation of those prophecies taking place, and a lot of the prophecies have to do with the revealing of secrets, and we are seeing a lot of that tend to take place as we're going forward in time. We have to remember that groups like the Future Forecasting Group, headed up by Dick Algeier, and really the best remote viewers that are out there in the world, is interesting because they blindly targeted a lot of the prophecies foretold by the webbot and ended up corroborating them using double-blind remote viewing. That's pretty good stuff if you're into paranormal information gathering or intelligence gathering. That's really good stuff. So, and where does that leave us right now? Well, we're kind of in a weird spot with the war in Iran. The war in Iran is causing the Straits of Hormuz to be congested because they're attacking the oil tankers that are sailing through there. That controls a huge percentage of the oil that goes around the world, not so much to us, but to Europe and Asia and Russia and places like that. And that in turn has pushed the price of oil way up. Probably not forever. But when that happens, it begins to affect the probabilities of interest rate cuts and hikes, right? Because it affects inflation. And interest rate cuts and hikes affect treasury yields, and treasury yields are what determine the value of the US dollar. When the US dollar goes up, gold goes down. When the US dollar goes down, gold goes up, period. There is a perfect inverse relationship because the US dollar is the reserve currency around the world, and gold has always been used as a hedge against it. Nothing has changed in that world. So we are kind of at a spot where we're wise to monitor the strength and or lack of strength on the US dollar, because you're going to see a lot of indications by monitoring that the cyber prophecies are beginning to actually manifest and take effect, right? So that's kind of where we're at. We do have a lot of really interesting information in the paranormal world for people that have been paying attention to all of the scientists involved at the Pentagon and in the Pentagon's UFO programs, who have been on many podcasts. They're out there all the time talking. And if you're willing to listen, they have a lot to tell you about what they know. And I listen to what they have to say, so we'll be discussing a little bit of that. Gary Nolan, the great scientist from Stanford is the gentleman that is investigating the ill health effects caused by interaction with UFOs. For some reason, they can't really ascertain. People that are involved with UFO research and who have even like sightings of UFOs end up coming down with exotic forms of cancer. Recently, I was notified that my good friend Nick Pope, the ex-Ministry of Defense agent for the UK's UFO program, has a terminal inoperable cancer, and I often wonder, and I'm sure he is too, whether or not that had to do with the fact that he was involved with UFO research and all of that for so long. Gary Nolan was actually contracted by the U.S. government to, in fact, study military personnel and U.S. government personnel involved in the UFO program that all began to exhibit the same kind of symptoms that you get from Havana syndrome. And we know now that Havana syndrome is actually caused by a auditory weapon that was developed by Russian intelligence. That is known to the U.S. government. It is some kind of acoustic weapon that is able to fry your brain using sound waves and cause massive, massive brain damage. And they have been targeting our intelligence agents around the world with this weapon, and it turns out that a lot of the same kind of damage that they see in Havana syndrome, they also see identically in people involved in the UFO research. Fascinating, right? On top of that, it was brought to my attention yet again the shape-shifting nature of the UFO phenomenon. It is a shapeshifter extraordinaire. The UFO phenomenon is a house of mirrors with a quicksand floor. It is full of misinformation, disinformation, intelligence operatives, and at the same time, it is telling us something really interesting about our reality. And by that, I mean the great ship sightings of the 1800s. You can go back in time and you can examine all of these different so-called alien encounters, and the technology that they seem to encounter seems to be just out of reach of where we are as a society. Just out of reach. And that's a weird, weird aspect of this whole phenomenon, because in the 1800s, people had sightings of so-called airships. These were blimps or zeppelins that had figures that were riding around on big platforms underneath them, and it sounded like parties going on and all kinds of crazy stuff like that at a time when flight had never even been achieved. But we would achieve it very soon after that, and there would be blimps. How do we explain that kind of aspect of the overall UFO phenomenon? I don't know. But as soon as we come back after this break, we're going to examine the crazy world of canine cryptids.
All right, we're on radio break, Jack.
Ooh.
Great stuff. You know, last night I watched Richard Dolan. He was saying the same thing about USOs.
Oh, really?
Yep. And he actually put a scale together, so check what he's been doing.
Okay.
He's got some really interesting numbers, I should say. about them,
And
especially
and
about
he-
the USOs. And,
And he was saying, and he was indicating a shape-shifting aspect to them.
no, patterns about the
Oh, okay.
technology. You know, you were talking about the technology just out of reach.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, and he's also talked a little bit about what was it? Oh, there was so much that he had in that that presentation. I'm not sure who he was doing it for, but it was really cool. But most of it talked about technology. Oh, times, sighting times. Most sighting times now have switched from like the 70s was equal day and night. Now it's switched to more night.
Interesting.
And he believes the reason for that with the USOs is because of our satellite systems didn't come online until like 70s or mid 70s.
Right. That makes sense. Well, and another indication we're dealing with a real phenomenon.
Yeah.
So.
And that they would be able to detect them easier in the daytime than at night because of the type of satellites they were.
Right.
Yeah, that it was really interesting.
That's really cool.
If you look him up, it was the very last one that he did. Should be. Unless
Okay.
he put one out today.
Yeah, I'll watch that tonight. So that'd be cool.
Yeah, it's a good 40 minutes plus. So make sure you have time for that.
Okay.
Most of the stuff I sent you is usually like 30 to 40 minutes long.
I'll check all that stuff out tonight because I'll be painting in my studio and I'll just be playing it all. So.
Yeah, a lot of it, especially, well, some of the stuff you might want to turn to see, you know, especially when it deals with the numbers and how he made his scales and things like that. Yeah, you know, I like Dolan, but not everything that Dolan does, you know. But I think he's onto something. I really do. I don't think anybody else has done anything like this or put that much research into it.
Exactly, and because he's like approaches it from a historian record.
Yes, I like him because of that. You know.
Yeah.
And he does. Yeah, he'll reach out sometimes, but you know, he's pretty solid on the ground most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time, yeah.
Yep.
So I like that.
I don't always agree with how he feels about the politics stuff of it, but anyways, we got about 30 seconds. But other than that, yeah, I think he's on to something. He'd be great to get on the show if you could get him.
Oh man, that would be like getting a
Jimmy,
superstar.
Yeah, well, I got you. Come on now. Here's your countdown, Jack. 5,
okay.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision, and tonight we're talking about the crazy world of canine cryptids. So that's our main topic. We were having a very good discussion on the weaponization of UFO technology along with the shape-shifting aspect of the phenomenon itself. And I'll add, before we turn our attention to the cryptid world, one little interesting tidbit that seems to be a connection to all of that, and that is that Gary Nolan reported Dr. Gary Nolan, the scientist I previously mentioned as studying the brain damage in UFO witnesses, he recounted that he has a family of eyewitnesses that were all riding together in some kind of a station wagon-like car. This car had a see-through roof on it, and they were driving down a remote stretch of road, of course, as you might imagine, and they were approached by a UFO. The UFO actually caused apotheum effects in the car. Apotheum effects are things like changing the time on the clock and the radio station and missing time and that kind of thing. Those are apotheum effects, things that seem almost magical about this phenomenon. And what's interesting is that everybody in the car, and there were like 5 of them, reported seeing a massive craft fly over the car, right? Except for one witness. One witness in the car, 1 out of the 5, didn't see that at all. What they saw was a tiny little orb of light go over the car. And that might be an indication, a view behind the curtain of the real phenomenon. Is this something that is planetary based, pretending to be something else? It's a question I'll leave for you to think about when you go to sleep tonight and are looking for something to dream about. Think about that little interesting tidbit. Is this something that is innate to the planet, that is pretending to be something it's not? Well, the crazy world of canine cryptids. That's an interesting topic because I was contemplating this week a few of the cases I had worked on, and what was interesting was that when I started writing down all the various cryptids, there were a ton that are canine based. And there seems to be a big difference between, let's say, the Shura of Montana fame, the creature that the Native Americans referred to as that which carries away dogs, and which they have a body of in a museum in Montana. An actual body of one of these creatures was actually shot, and it is in a museum in Montana, and nobody knows what it is. It appears to have been a species maybe that was coming down from Canada. Kind of looks to me, when you look at the pictures of it, like a canine-headed razorback. You know what a razorback is? Because I grew up in the South, and those woods are full of them, right? Big tusk on those pigs, and they can weigh hundreds of pounds, and they are vicious when they come out. Like little torpedoes, they'll come right at you. And this thing kind of looked like a weird version of that with a canine head on it. You can find it online, pictures of the Shara, and it is an interesting animal to behold. But then my attention turned to the South Texas chupacabra. Here we have a completely different canine cryptid, right? The chupacabra, of course, means, you know, in Mexican it means goat sucker, and many of them have literally exsanguinated their victims. That's what's interesting about this new species of canine, is that there's a veterinarian in Texas who actually has the body of one of these chupacabras, and they were able to, you know, fully dissect this thing and look at it. And it is a insane animal to look at. It really is. It looks like something out of a laboratory experiment of some kind. And so it's interesting that it even exists. much less appears to have the ability to suck the blood out of its victims. It doesn't eat the meat. Anybody who knows anything about biology knows that there's only one other animal on the planet that can exist that way, and that's the vampire bat. And it took the vampire bat eons of time to evolve a system by which it can get by or exist solely on the blood of other animals. How do we explain a newly emergent canine species that appears to have popped into existence out of nowhere and has the same evolved ability to live off of blood the way a vampire bat does? It's a good question. And on top of that, you have the early chupacabras sightings and witness sketches and reports, and they don't look like a canine at all. That creature looks like a flying gray alien with spikes down its back, bat wings and stuff like that. It's crazy. So you have the Shura historical cryptid. You have the chupacabra of South Texas and, of course, of South America. And my good friend Ken Gerhard, who might be listening out there, will tell you that from his travels down to South America, he was able to discover that chupacabra is kind of a catch-all term for any cryptid, weirdo, paranormal-like animal. So it could be that's why you have those early depictions of an animal that may be completely different than the so-called chupacabra that's found in South Texas. So we also have a report coming out of Skinwalker Ranch and the scientists that are there that they were able to recover the fleshy body of a dire wolf that died on the ranch. Dire wolves haven't been around for thousands and thousands of years, and wolves, period, aren't found in the Uinta Basin. Yet, at Skinwalker Ranch, we are constantly reminded, because of their sightings, of the fact that these wolf-like creatures have been seen on that ranch time and time again, even attacking cattle at one point. So that is very interesting stuff. The dire wolf, of course, has also been reported by some hunters in the really vast distances and forest of Alaska. They weren't able to document these creatures. They were seen from a helicopter, but they were huge wolves running in packs. So, very interesting. It could be, and scientists are speculating, that Skinwalker Ranch has an interdimensional portal on it. Could it be that these animals are somehow manifesting out of that interdimensional portal? And could it be that cryptid animals, period, UFO phenomenon? There is stop UFO reported around most cryptid activity. And I don't mean animals like the emergent chupacabra, but I definitely mean animals like the dogman and Sasquatch and all of the main creatures that we examine in cryptozoology world. All of those have a accompanying array of UFO type activity that seems to go along with them. And the scientists at the Pentagon are studying what they call the hitchhiker effect, which is a wide array of paranormal activity that seems to, well, it seems to piggyback the UFO phenomenon. And that's interesting because having to plug in my computer system here, Mark, so bear with me for a second. But the piggybacking is really interesting because even in cases like the farmer that's near the Beast of Bray Road has reported time and time again that he, who has seen the Beast of Bray Road many times, is also seen UFO activity nonstop accompanying the Beast of Bray Road. So what are we to make of that kind of stuff? Could it be that these cryptid animals are a kind of like avatar, if you will, for the phenomenon itself? Are they able to traverse like the landscape in such a way that the aliens can't, and they're scary enough nobody bothers them? And you know, we have to entertain all kinds of exotic theories when we talk about things like Dogman. But so you have creatures that seem commonplace in our biological world, like the Sherrowurken, like the chupacabra of South Texas, like the dire wolf. And then, of course, you have the woo animals. And the woo animals are an interesting topic because that has to do with, of course, Dogman. And Dogman's an interesting topic because there is a vast amount of ancient lore about dog-headed, human-bodied creatures. Or, you know, basically having the body of a upright walking bipedal creature. Excuse me. Even the late great Marco Polo reported having run into a place that he referred to as cynocephaly. You can find that online. And cynocephaly was supposed to be an island that was completely peopled with dog-headed creatures, and they openly traded with them. That's fascinating. What are we to make of that kind of historical tale, right? And then you have all the way to modern day times, the breaking of the story of the Beast of Bray Road by the great Linda Godfrey. And Linda Godfrey reported in her book, Real Wolfmen of North America, that she was contacted by a man who worked for the CIA as a remote viewer. And that this gentleman relayed to her that they had, in fact, done remote viewings on the Dogman phenomenon and mystery, and that they were able to determine that these creatures were somehow constructed. They were chimeras constructed by an alien intelligence, that they wore a type of bio armor under their fur. It was literally engineered into them, right? That they also possessed a kind of technology, these little spheres that they carry around, these black balls, and these black spheres allow them to project themselves from one area to another. That's interesting because in the book, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, Dr. Colm Kelleher and the other scientists involved investigating the hitchhiker effect recount that Dogman encounter was part of the hitchhiker effect. That one of the intelligence agents working at Skinwalker Ranch had a Dogman encounter occur on their property 1,000 miles away in Virginia. How are we to make any logical sense of how that is able to take place? We were just told by the CIA to Linda Godfrey that, in fact, these creatures are able to project themselves using a type of alien technology they possess. Did this thing project itself somehow to this intelligence agent's property while he was still at Skinwalker Ranch in order to menace the family? I don't know the answer to that, but it's a question we have to ask. And on top of that, you have the farmer that owns the land all along Bray Road who has seen these dogman creatures, right? And he hides cameras in his fields. And what does he pick up? He picks up UFO activity. Then he picks up tracks of the creature. He tries to bait the creature. He has sightings of the creature. He tries to bait it with the carcass of a dead deer. And what happens right in front of the camera? A fog forms in the middle of the field. The fog is thick and it slowly makes its way over the carcass of the deer, and then it begins to dissipate. And when it dissipates, the carcass is gone. All of that has to be part of the same phenomenon. All of it. There's no way there just randomly is a dogman running around in an area that has nonstop UFO activity, cattle mutilations, huge canine prints being left, and it all not be related in some way, shape, or form. That, my friends, is the hitchhiker effect. And it's something I've experienced on a personal level. We once investigated a dogman encounter in the suburbs of Denver, Colorado, in a place called Lakewood, and it was known as the Lakewood Lichen case. And in this particular case, we were able to identify a natural occurring woodland area that this could have made it from the mountains down into this neighborhood. But this gentleman went out with a sick dog in an affluent neighborhood with a walled backyard. And while he's there with his sick dog at 3 a.m., he hears a noise. He turns to look, and there is a dogman in his yard. It turns and looks at him. It takes 3 bounds and makes it over a 10-foot brick wall in a single bound. That would be interesting given the fact that this gentleman wanted absolutely no publicity whatsoever, was very reticent to tell a story, and he was a graphic artist. He was able to draw us amazing pictures of what he saw. He then really kind of sold all of his possessions and went on a worldwide kind of sabbatical. And that's really been the key for finding, well, it's the key to knowing that you found somebody who's actually experienced something truly paranormal, because often they will go on to make profound life changes. And that's what occurred to this gentleman. It just so happens a few weeks after that, a young couple reported seeing running across the highway very nearby a upright running dog-headed creature that bounded up into the mountains. Interesting. So what are we to make of this hitchhiker connection to the UFO phenomenon, the dogman connection to the UFO phenomenon, and even though this is about canine cryptids, the Sasquatch connection to the UFO phenomenon? How is it that all of those things are connected to the UFO phenomenon in some way, shape, or form? And with Sasquatch, I mean at least 20% of all credible Bigfoot or Sasquatch encounters involve the witness seeing a UFO in the sky at the time. That's a big number, guys. That's a big number, and the witnesses are every bit as sincere as the ones who report seeing a Sasquatch without a UFO nearby. You can actually take UFO and Bigfoot sightings and lay them on a map. You can do it even today. I've done it many times. Take a nearby or the closest Bigfoot report that you can find and mark it on a map, and I guarantee you, sooner or later, an article will appear about a UFO sighting in that same area. It happens time and time and time again. It was the late, great Jonathan Keel of Mothman Prophecy fame who discovered that statistic. About 20% of the UFO and Bigfoot sightings taking place together. So then you have the alien abductee phenomenon, and what do they report? The same thing, cryptid animals being in the presence of these alien creatures and of their craft. It is the craziest mystery, and people thought cryptozoology was just about identifying unknown species that occur naturally in our biological sphere, and it's actually anything but that. Really the heart of cryptozoology today is in trying to ascertain the difference between the cryptid animals that are naturally occurring on this planet and the ones that are either interdimensional and or have a UFO connection to them. So that is really kind of where we're stuck in the cryptozoology world. And until we're able to kind of turn that corner to ascertain exactly which are which, we're not going to be able to invent metrics, tools by which to measure the phenomenon. And it's only through the measurement of the phenomenon that we can have a scientific understanding of what it is we're really dealing with. So this whole thing seems to have a shape-shifting aspect to it, right? And you have also in the cryptozoology world, the world of shapeshifters. And often these creatures are said to shapeshift into canine species. Then you have things that are completely different and that are reported, like devil dogs. The so-called devil dogs have been reported many times, and they appear to have some kind of spiritual connection to them, coming from the ghostly realm, if you will, and manifesting in our reality to wreak havoc for a while before they disappear again into the ghostly realm. That's something that has happened around the world, particularly in England and Ireland and the UK period. So, and then we have what appears to be a very strange lineage of people on this planet that have the genes, the DNA, the ability to maybe not even control it, but to shift into a canine-like creature. And I'm talking about the werewolf phenomenon. And yeah, there have been real cases of werewolves reported. They appear to be very sparsely reported, but all of the cases I've investigated dealing with actual werewolves appears to indicate to me that all of them come from bloodlines that go back to old Europe. One in particular that I'm aware of had roots going back to ancient Romania. I'm not sure where that leads us in the werewolf phenomenon, but they all seem to have a lineage going back to that area of Europe, which is very interesting to me. And next week, you'll have to join us. We will be examining yet another crazy rabbit hole on this show. We examine the architecture of the rabbit hole. We don't claim to have any hard and fast, completely true answers, but it's in the examination of all of the architecture around us in each of these rabbit holes that we will find that truth. And join me next week, and we'll examine another paranormal mystery. And until then, I will see you on the radio.
Great job, Jack. Great job.
Thanks.
Let me get this going here, and once this is, I get Zach going on his side, we continue with Nancy.
Hey.
There we go. All right. Thanks, Jack. Great show. Hope you have
You,
some
sir.
fun looking that stuff up and listening to it.
Yep.
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 And like I said, Jeff Nadalny would be great to have if you can get him too. He's talked about some shape-shifting dogmen that look like deer at first and then shape-shift into the dogman. Or yeah, it's kind of a camouflage thing that one of his witnesses described. But I gotta get, and I know you probably do too.
Yes, sir. But I will be listening to that stuff tonight while I'm painting. So
Sounds good. All right. You take care,
Right.
Jack, and I will catch
You
up
as
with
well.
you later on. I'll get
right,
this up
thank you,
and
sir.
out as well.
Okay, cool.
Right.
Bye.
Bye. All right. That was Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Coming up right now. This right now is the Vixen's Vault kind of few-minute pre-show that we do. We'll get them up and going here in just a minute. Let me switch us over on Teams. No, Teams on OBS. Let's see what we got here. Legion of Chaos. That's right. The Legion. And let's go ahead and join up with them right about now. Oh.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Oh shit! Hang on 1 minute. Hold on. I'm
Yeah.
gonna jump right back on. Hang on.
Okay. Hi, Vicky.
Hello. How are you?
Okay. I'm back.
going.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That was I'm working a contract right now that is massive, very very big contract, and it's like driving me nuts because she calls me even though I tell her you cannot call me during this time period. Oh no. No.
Oh, it's emergency.
How are you feeling, Vicky,
Yes.
you wench? Happy birthday.
Thank you. It was a couple of weeks ago on the 19th.
Oh.
I hope that was a good day for you.
Well, I was like, wait a minute. It's her birthday. Where is she? Damn it. So I sent you a text, and then I slammed her Facebook. Happy birthday. Oh. Did you enjoy it at least?
Yes, I did. It was a good day. I was
Oh.
pleasantly. We went to see that. What's that movie? With Ryan Gosling in it. Hail Mary.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, how was it?
It was different than the book. The book's supposed to be better, but I liked it. It was enjoyable. Of course,
Nice.
I just thought it was, prescient that it was, that alien movie, outer space, with things going on.
Nice.
I don't think if I'm on here, I don't think I'm on.
You're on.
Am I? Okay.
We can hear you.
30 seconds.
Okay. I couldn't get the screen.
Oh, that's all right. Now I can't find my chat. Damn it.
I'm on the chat and can't find the regular page.
Oh, God. There it is. Got it.
And here's your countdown.
Where the heck is Robbie?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. This is actually a recording. No, just joking. April Fool's Day. Today is April 1st, 2026. We are into the beginning of April. We're in Passover week. We are in Easter week. And it seems like, everybody's in overdrive. Constant craziness going on. Tonight, actually, I was able to catch the Artemis 2 launching. It was actually a beautiful launch. Kind of cool because where I'm located on the West Coast, I've got, I look east, and that's, obviously towards the Cape. And it was clear skies, beautiful, like crystalline blue, little wispy clouds. But if you look to the west, it was like, it was all clouds. So it was perfect. I thought, wow, it's kind of awesome because the clouds are coming in from the Gulf. So that's our west, and they haven't made it to the east yet. So yeah, it was cool because got a really great shot. You could actually see the afterburners as she was going up. I prefer the night launches and the dawn launches because I could see the fire coming out of the afterburners, and that is a wicked cool sight to behold. But this was kind of cool. We actually, when I zoomed in really close, I was actually able to see her drop her boosters. And that's always a really cool thing. The sky was so clear. So it was just, like I said, it was very interesting, very cool. I had to smack my grandkids around a little bit via text message because, they were on their gaming systems. And I'm like, go outside and look up, idiots. This is your future. This is like history. This is granted, they're not going to land on the moon, but, this is the first time we've even tried to get up towards that direction since, I don't know, the early 1970s. So, and, how many of us have actually asked the question why we never went back to the moon? Because I have my own theories on that. I am a person who believes it's kind of like CERN. I think we pissed off certain things when we went to the moon, and I think we pissed off certain things when we flipped CERN on. So, yeah, I think it's interesting we're going back. I am not a person who, put it this way, I do believe we have been to the moon. I don't think that was a Hollywood production. I do believe we actually did send people up there. I only believe that because my father worked on the space program. And I know my dad really well. And I know what type of a thinker he is. And if he thought there was any type of hoax involved at all, he would have walked away. He would never have been part of something like that. And he's always said, they always want to try to take away from what we actually do achieve. He goes, no, we did send them up. They did land on the moon. He goes, now, I don't think we've ever gotten full disclosure as to what occurred when they were up there. And I agree with him because I told y'all right before Edgar Mitchell died, I was supposed to interview him. And actually, right after, he passed away and I was supposed to interview him like that following week, which really rotted. But I had talked to him several times before, and he was another one who was beginning to very publicly discuss some of the things that he encountered while he was up there. And basically how it is withheld from us. And I always kind of wondered why that was. Why would they withhold it? And I've always listened to their baseline excuses of, well, mankind's not ready for that. They're not ready for that kind of revelation. People would melt down. It would mess with too many religions. It would do too much damage. People just would not be able to handle it. It would kick off a chaotic turn of events that we would never recover from. And I always thought that was a gigantic line of BS, to be honest with you. I mean, I get the religious thought process, but I also understand that I don't think in any religious text, not the Quran, not the Bible, not the Torah, have I ever seen that God determined that Earth was the only place that there could be life. Pretty sure that's not in any religious text. And I don't know. Can you guys back me up on that? Have y'all had any inference at all that Earth was the only place there could be life?
I've just got one question. Sorry, Nancy, I've got one question for you. You are making these claims how to be actual things. But,
say that again.
You are stating that these claims are actual reality when we have not got the sufficient evidence to make a conclusive conclusion.
Okay, so explain which claims you're talking about. The fact that there's a lot of people who believe we never landed on the moon and that it was a complete Hollywood production? Because that's a very, very long-standing claim that's been happening for decades now. But I can tell you my father worked on components of the crafts, and he was there when those crafts launched. He was there when the communications occurred. So I'm going to take my dad, who I know, like, again, there were certain things he could never talk to me about because he was under absolute lock and key as far as what could be discussed. But the space program, after the fact, decades after the fact, no, of course, the people who were working in the launch rooms and working on, like, he was both an electrical and a nuclear engineer. So, I mean, he worked on several different facets, including microchips on the space shuttle program. So, I mean, I am going to trust what he is saying to me. And when he says, granted, I mean, compared to the technology now, compared to what we have now, what we work with now, what we did was beyond dangerous. I mean, they literally sent those guys up there in the equivalent of a tin can with a Pringles can for connection and, pretty much wrapped in toilet paper. And trial and error was really the only way to fix things. And a lot of times they were fixing it on the spot while they were up there. And, he said it took a certain type of person to do that. That's why they went with pilots. That's why they went with actually Air Force pilots and Naval pilots. Because
they said they didn't go.
To where? To the moon?
Yeah, 1969, the Stanley Kubrick, filming and
yes, but I don't think that is true. Is what I'm saying. They did go.
Well,
they absolutely
here's my
went.
belief. Here's my belief.
They didn't say that.
All right, I believe that both happened.
Yep.
And when they cut stream, they would switch to the other, either the studio from the space, because not the general public and the world wouldn't be ready for, some sort of like emergency or, what's
a mishap.
that?
Yep. It's the truth, though. I mean,
happen at that time.
Well, there's alternate stories too. It's not always just the faking the landing. Like, they also believe that they did occur, but on the 17th mission, they encountered aliens, and that these aliens are living under the surface of the moon, and they've been
inside the moon.
Yeah, they've been sternly warned that if they return to the moon, then there'll be consequences.
Well, I think it's interesting because I do find that viable in some ways. I think they're living, just given some of the patterns of information and evidence you get shown and eyewitness testimony. If I was going to take a guess, I wouldn't say we have alien spaceships, like orbiting our planet. And no, I think if anything, we have civilizations within the planet Earth and within the moon. I don't think the moon is a natural structure. It just doesn't make sense as a natural structure. So I think the moon is a created structure. It's just, like I said, it would have to be. Well, even if God did it, it's because I know people say that God doesn't create imperfection, and I'm one of the first to say nature doesn't create imperfection. The Creator does not create imperfection. Your imperfections are actually just misunderstood. So I can see that point of view. But on a technical level, when you break down the actual, I guess you could say, if you want to look at the numbers as to the circumference of the moon, the way the moon is, the hollowness of the moon, the weight of the moon, all of these things don't add up to a natural object. They just don't. I mean, a geologist will tell you that. People who are actually into these things will tell you that. It's probably not a natural object. And if it is a natural object, it was like the most phenomenal piece of something that broke off. Just extremely lucky, I guess you could say. But it just, again, all the information we get leads us to think, no, that's not natural. It's kind of like, Like, okay, so like Mars. I do question Mars. Why do I question Mars? Because just the other day they were sending back pictures from some of the trawlers that are on Mars, and it's showing a picture of the Martian sunset. Okay, and the posting was literally, I think it was the Tech Times that posted it. The first pictures of a Martian sunset, and it shows the beautiful skyline, and it's this eerie colored blue, and you can see this orb that resembles the sun setting, and it's a live shot. It's a video. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. If that's real, it's really cool. But then the video starts panning a little bit left to right, and you see these things. And I'm like, wait a minute, those are clouds. Mars doesn't have an atmosphere. So how can we have clouds? That can't be. That cannot be Mars. Because, again, Mars does not have clouds.
But they have filmed those Mars things from, Nevada?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But my question becomes, like I just posted in the chat earlier about Matt Getz talking about Bluebeam and alien breeding programs that he was made aware of as a young, I think he was a congressman or a senator or whatever, whichever position he was serving in. But to me, okay, I know what Bluebeam is. All right. And obviously Matt Getz is, depending on the fact that people do not know what Bluebeam is. They're assuming Bluebeam is this prophesized invasion. And no, you're a bunch of freaking idiots. Bluebeam is a blueprint to a hoax. That's what Bluebeam is. It's a hoax.
It's actually
That's what they're trying. Yeah.
It's actually more of a control method. Like,
yeah.
Everybody's talking about it. Eventually it's going to be a new world order with a one world religion.
Correct. But it's in all honesty, it's the way to hoax all cultures into believing that this is what the creator, however you call it, God, Allah, doesn't freaking matter, because the way Bluebeam works is that whatever this is going to be in everybody's heads according to whatever belief they have.
Sorry, as you know, I try to base my views on probability most of the time. And what you're saying now is much more probable than being an actual external force.
Oh, it's not going to be external. Bluebeam, like I said, when Serge Monast went public and blew the whistle on this was like in the early 1990s, because he was dead by like 96, 97. And I mean, he did this tour speaking, and I remember when I first heard about Bluebeam, I thought, well, that's because given the technology we had then and what I knew then, because again, my knowledge base has improved quite a bit since then. I was like, wow, that has got to be, good 50 years down the line, because there's just no way they could pull that off. People are not that stupid. And then COVID happened. And I realized how stupid people really are. Yeah. And I'm like, people just take the word of the talking puppets as fact, and they do absolutely no homework. They don't, and then when they actually are presented with information that says, hey, intellectually speaking, and I don't know, if you value your life, you may want to do a little bit more information digging and stop believing the people who are making billions of dollars off you, because they have a reason to lie. You need to really start examining what they're saying, what is truth, what makes sense, what doesn't. The fact that they tried to sell COVID as a naturally occurring virus, I couldn't believe how many people at the beginning of COVID totally bought that hook, line, and sinker, no questions asked. This is naturally occurring. It came from a bat. Mm-hmm. What? Wait, what? No, especially not when you have immunologists out there. I mean, and actually, I told you, Mark, a very dear friend of mine taught immunology at King's College over in London, and he was actually head of immunology at London Bridge Hospital. He no longer works there because he stood up against COVID. And he said, there's no way, this is a 1 in 500 million chance that this is naturally occurring.
Well, I
So in
just
other
want to
words,
let you know.
it's not.
I just want to let you know on one of your shows, because we talked about this, I got a strike on YouTube.
Yeah,
Well, I will curb it, but I don't think YouTube is being quite so discerning anymore because there's too much information coming out.
you get a lot of problems with tobacco if you stay away from the whole thing about tobacco, cancer, and stuff of that nature. That's what they're really, really touchy about right now. So be careful whenever you're having those conversations. We just got in trouble because of that on my channel.
Yeah.
So
Isn't that interesting?
That's fine.
Because the nicotine is one thing that helps COVID.
Yep.
I mean, getting over it.
Just to stay in YouTube rules could help.
And they've just recently gotten in trouble too because they were brought up on major lawsuits concerning children, and they used the tobacco lawsuits as a way of getting away with it. So they're really touchy about that.
Here's the fun fact. I thought YouTube, if I remember correctly, when I signed up for YouTube, I had to certify that I was over at the age of 18.
Right.
Because I'm pretty sure we all have to do that. And to me, it's one of those things where why are you suppressing or controlling the narrative because you're concerned about minors when minors aren't supposed to be on this platform?
Correction. According to the terms of service for quite a while now, it's been minimum age has been 13.
Yeah, they just recently cracked down on it, brought it up to the age of 16. That was about 5 years ago, and now they're wanting everybody.
Sure. I'm pretty sure it's still 13. I'd love to update review, but I think it's still 13.
13.
Well, I can tell you that when the founder or the CEO of YouTube, I don't know if you guys know this, but Susan, God, what's her last name? She died like a year ago.
Yeah.
And
we need to make a holiday celebrating that day. That was the greatest thing that ever happened.
I was going to say, when she died, a lot of the, let's just say, crushing BS that occurs on YouTube loosened up a little bit. So I thought that was really interesting, that it was like, okay, they're not being nearly as strict with the monitoring. But again, to me, you cannot, if you want to do a platform and include minors on that platform, you need to do a separate platform.
Mm-hmm.
Do a platform for minors and do a platform for adults.
Haven't they still got the YouTube for kids? Service as well.
Do Nickelodeon Tube. I don't care.
Well,
but
I mean,
The strike was listed as medical misinformation.
Yeah.
But they'll try that because, again, Big Pharma they just lifted last week. I don't know if you saw that, but last week they lifted the protections for Big Pharma when it comes to the vaccinations.
Was that legally? Legally, that's great.
Okay.
That's wonderful.
Who?
Lifting the
Pfizer or
immunity from
pharmaceuticals. 3-4 companies. Anyway, my other point was that since YouTube sort of will crack down and lighten, and there's been a new president in power in the US.
I think right now there's a lot more going on here than people understand. And I say that tongue-in-cheek and very much watching with great interest all the things that are happening right now. I think it's funny in some ways, but not funny because, again, like you're seeing tonight, Trump is supposed to be doing an address while we're on the air. Trump is actually doing a national address, and it's supposed to be about Iran. And I think it's funny because I've seen multiple people post, oh, he's going to resign. He's going to leave J.D. Vance in charge. I'm like, yeah, no, he's not resigning. And if he does and he leaves J.D. Vance in charge, it's because he wants J.D. Vance to take a fall. That would be that. But the interesting thing I find is that, like last week, you had another scruff with England. Trump made it real clear, pushed it right back at England's face, and said, "Oh, wait, you're complaining about your oil when you wouldn't give us any help with the Straits of Hormuz? Okay, that's fine. Go get your own oil."
In fact, that was only a couple of days ago.
Yep.
Last 2-3 days. And Mr. Wilbert actually showed me, and I saw a thing later on yesterday afternoon now on YouTube.
But he's definitely targeting English business. He's targeting English banking. Not necessarily the English people, but definitely, like, we have a huge strike over here right now with British Petroleum. One of our largest refineries, Whiting, Indiana, biggest refinery we've got. And they got locked out last week by BP. And I'm really familiar with what's going on with that strike. I did some work on that strike. So I can tell you that there's a lot going on there. And BP is not in the right with this at all. And I never feel bad for strikers. But these people I actually feel bad for because they're getting the shaft. They're wanting to put AI in. They're wanting to basically do away with the actual workers. Well, Whiting, as a refinery, is in crappy condition as far as safety goes. That's bad. But in the same respect, they got a letter from the Trump White House. The strikers did. The union did. Basically putting a lot of support behind the union and saying that BP is got a deplorable record. And that, they need to take better care of their people. And I was like, that's a direct hit because that is a British company. That is not an American company. That is a British company. And it's like the only time I've seen it's the only one
in the US.
Yes, but it doesn't. That it's not going to matter because Trump. I'm telling you, he's got a crosshair on England, at least on the English banks. And there's reasons for that.
Didn't they set them up
it's also
for
politics as well. Yeah.
The king and queen are supposed to come over to America, right?
King.
The king, yeah. Well, the queen consort.
Yeah.
That's how you really feel, Mark.
I've got Donald Trump's Truth Social statement here, and it continues with you quote, "You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us." Should I remind him about Iraq? Should we remind him about what happened in Iraq in 2000 and whether it was 2001?
Absolutely. But again, I'm looking at him and I'm understanding where he's going with this. Because if we look at the war chests of Iraq and how much it costs the countries, we spent quadruple what you guys spent in Iraq. I mean, more than that. And that came back on our heads. That's not the politicians, the taxpayers. We pay for that shit.
Yeah, but who
and it gets taken out of us?
Who had the most invested in Kuwait? Because that's actually what Iraq during Desert Storm was involved in. It wasn't even Iraq; it was the oil.
It was the oil. Mm-hmm.
Who had more money involved in that? Than the rest of them. I'm thinking George Bush Sr., who has one of the biggest oil refineries in Texas or companies. You got Rumsfeld. You got Rumsfeld.
Yep. And it was actually Cheney.
Dick Cheney.
It was Halliburton. It was Halliburton.
Yeah.
And Syria was Halliburton. And that's I reminded somebody of that the other day. Israel's taking credit for toppling Bashar Assad in Syria. And I'm like, oh, yeah. I said, I tried to tell y'all. They were in there the day after October 7th. You had Israel in frickin' Syria bombing the airports. Why? Nobody even questioned it. What the heck did Syria have to do with what happened October 7th? Nothing. So why was Israel in there bombing Syrian airports? Why did Israel try to install an Al-Qaeda leader as the next leader? And now they want to assassinate him. Now Israel's talking about taking Syria's leader out. And I'm like, because he's not playing ball with Israel. He's not letting Israel run the game. That's why. And now you're seeing we have a lot of information here where we're being told that Iran is not negotiating with the United States. They're not doing this. They're not doing that. But that's our MSM doing that. But actually, when you start reading like the White House releases, there's negotiation going on, because whoever Trump and Vance are talking to in Iran, they did this little thing where they said, okay, we're going to give you the names of a couple of ships. If you're sincere about this negotiation, you're going to let those ships pass through the Straits of Hormuz. And they did. So obviously, somebody's telling the truth, somebody's lying. And there's a reason behind the lies.
It's the old propaganda game. Even in the Cold War, there was public announcements that the West wasn't speaking to the Russians, but in reality, in closed doors.
Oop, guys, I got to take us out to break. I just looked down. at the time. Sorry about that. I hate to interrupt. Hang in there, folks. We will return. I'd like to get back over to the space program, though, because that's really interesting right now. Hang in there. We'll be back in a few moments.
All right, we're on radio break. That's okay.
Sorry about that, Mark.
I was eating.
That's okay. I finished my point anyway, just as you said. But it's true. Just because you hear something in the public doesn't mean that that's necessarily true.
That's
well. The problem we have, Mark, is that 98% of what we're told on the news is not. It's not reality. It's just not. And it's like, you can sit there and say this is what's happening all day long, and you can put Bibi Netanyahu on for 24 freaking hours. It does not mean that what he's saying or what you're trying to tell us he's saying is true. Like so Bibi shut down the Church of the Sepulchre, the Christian church in Israel. He shut it down for Easter week. Okay, refused to allow the bishops to enter the Church of the Sepulchre to celebrate Palm Sunday. Okay, probably one of the most holy holidays of the week. And yet, it's also Passover week. And the synagogues, which you would think would be in a lot more danger than the Christian churches, the synagogues were open. They were under restrictions of they couldn't have more than 50 people, but they were open. The only reason the bishop wanted into the church was because they were going to live stream it. They weren't even going to have any people in the church besides the bishop and the priests. And they were going to live stream it so the Catholics as a whole would be able to see the celebrations of Palm Sunday from the Church of the Sepulchre. Israel would not allow it, and has yet to reopen it. And, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go with the whole he's trying to keep the Christians safe game. That's bullshit, and we all know it. Yeah. I mean, no. If it was trying to keep people safe, the synagogues would be closed too.
Right.
It was a definite hit. And I know that the Christian church within Jerusalem itself had put out a scathing letter against Bibi like 2 months ago. Mm-hmm. So I don't understand why American Christians and European Christians and Catholics are not understanding that there is definitely a caste system in Israel. And unless you're Jewish, and unless you're actually Zionist Jew, you're at the bottom of the system. End of story.
And I'm going to say one thing, though, when it comes to all that. It's I've been doing a show here with the Third Thing with Tan Hai Tran, who's a devout Catholic. And then I've got B on the other end, who's like Mr. Robot. Okay?
Yeah.
Then I have Otto, who's a Buddhist. And we're all talking about things that concern, religion and stuff like that, and especially the Catholic Church. Now, the thing that I've noticed is, like, with these religious people, the reason why they can't understand that it's a caste system is because they are a part of the caste system.
Yes. They don't see it.
I've been on these streams and I've just been sitting back and virtually saying nothing.
And another thing I want to point out is, have you noticed how good looking I am compared to Mark Witashik, dude? I am.
Oh, Lord.
You've got rid of your beard.
Yes,
Now, how come you didn't say that during the actual live stream? Why did you?
Well, because I just didn't want to embarrass.
We have
Mark.
less than 30 seconds, folks.
Okay, so Mark, my suggestion would be when we go in, you need to play Right Said Fred. I'm too sexy for my shirt.
Oh, come on, Mark. Don't be like that. Hater. He's just a hater.
Well, the practice.
3, 2, 1, and you're live.
And we are back. Happy April 1st, everybody. April Fool's Day. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. It is 9:31 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and a very balmy evening this evening in Florida. I'm actually sweating. I'm like, oh, where's that cold weather? Where did it go? And, we've had one of those weeks. We had to have our air conditioning replaced. It's just been one of those weeks. But here we are. We're back and live as usual. And yep, I know what we were talking about when we went off air, and it does kind of circle back in because Israel does play a part in the Blue Beam scenario. And as I was saying, Matt Getz actually went public with his thoughts. Laura Loomer has been talking about Blue Beam, and the fact that they're openly speaking about it, but they're speaking about it as if it's a factual alien invasion, which again, anybody who knows anything about Blue Beam knows that that's not the case. That's not what Blue Beam was about. Blue Beam is about tricking the masses. Right. Yeah, and the weird part is we're having, there's a network of events that are occurring right now that actually fit the Blue Beam scenario. And that's what's kind of got me going, we have all of a sudden all these fireballs. And I think I said, Mark and I were talking about it last week. And I was saying, because I was trying to get on the air, but I was dealing with a client. So it just didn't work out. But we were in the chat talking back and forth. And I was like, dude, there's something going on. Because we're not in the middle of we don't have a meteor shower right now. Okay. The meteor showers were at the end of April, mid-April to the end of April. So we are out of that zone of meteor showers. Yet we are seeing fireballs everywhere.
But we have the Golden Dome, though. We have the Golden Dome.
But
isn't that part of that?
This is what I'm finding interesting, because I think I said it after the third one, because I was like, yeah, no. One is unusual, especially when it gets in close enough to where it's exploding. That was the one in Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. It was close enough to the ground by the time it, quote unquote, disintegrated. It exploded. It literally rocked things, like it caused a seismic tremor. Okay. But then we had, I think the next day there was one in Ohio. And then there's one in Tennessee. And then there's two in Texas. And, I mean, then, they were all over the place. And I'm like, what is going on with these fireballs? Oh my God, we don't have any meteor showers. This doesn't make any sense. And I know NASA actually put something up, because obviously I wouldn't be the only person that noticed. And they were saying, it has to do with the axis change of the planet due to this, the earthquake back in 2009. And because of that, we are in a different, we're passing through things differently. And no, then this would have been happening all the way up to now, if that was the case. It doesn't make sense with what you're explaining is happening. To me, it looks like, my first thought, and I put it in the chat, was that it looks like satellites. Or that could easily be satellites.
And when you saw the Iran and Israel going back and forth, and those missiles would hit the Iron Dome and they would kind of blow up in the atmosphere before it even get there. If we have the Golden Dome and it's already in place, and maybe they were trying to show us that.
It could be that, but I've always made mention. And Mark Edworthy, you might understand what I'm talking about. When SpaceX began putting up the satellites, okay, so they started putting them everywhere, and you see the Starlink trains. If you look up at certain times, they're actually way more visible than like the space station, which you can also see every once in a while. To me, when I look at the grid for Starlink, I mean, guys who are listening, people who are listening on the air, just go to Google and type in Starlink grid and pull it up. I said, it is a giant web that goes around the world. Okay, so literally, there's very few pockets that are not covered by Starlink. My first thoughts with Starlink when I saw that, and this is years ago, I was like, that would be okay to me. That looks like a defense system. It's either going to keep something out or keep something in or prevent something, because it's a web. It doesn't make sense as communications, because almost all of our communications are actually underwater. So
I've been a bit curious about this. Considering that these satellites are all around the world, isn't there some sort of international treaty, or I mean, as an example, would China be happy having a US satellite over
depends
Chinese?
on where their orbit is. I think the treaties are based on height, the orbits. So if Starlink is above, it's kind of like China back in 2019 they put up a satellite, and they actually put it behind the moon, and people it got a very small blurb in the news, but I remember I was like, oh crap, because to me the furthest satellite out wins when it comes to defense measures or offense measures. The one China had the furthest one out, and I was like, anything in front of that satellite, between that satellite and Earth, is basically a moving target for that satellite. It can block signal. It can do all these things. Why? Because it's the furthest one back. And I think Glenn Beck actually did do a show on that, like 2021, because he had researchers look into it, and he was like, oh yeah, that's not good. No, it's not good. But again, I know Musk's network goes everywhere. How do you think they've got right now? He was dropping Starlink platforms, the minis, in Iran. They were parachuting them in to people in Iran. Why? Because you can't. Number one, you can't connect to Starlink unless you've got a mini or a device that allows you to get in. Although I think it was hacked. I think Starlink was hacked like a month ago. I think I read something about that.
He now has a phone. The Starlink.
Yes.
The AI phone.
Yep. But again, to me, Starlink, and I know there's a big military component to Starlink that they don't talk about. I know a lot of the Falcon X heavies, when they're going up, are carrying military equipment. And we know that because a lot of times Kennedy will let us know it's got a military payload, or it's got this payload, it's got that payload, it's got 3 or 4 satellites on board, blah, 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 blah. But there's 9 times out of 10, there's a military component to the payload. And it's like, okay, so, but our military sats are different than Starlink. And it really makes you sit there and think about it and say, well, why would we have military components on Starlink if we already have fully different systems and sats up there that are run by the U.S. military? So why would we need it in multiple places unless we have a system for one military and a different system for another military?
When you say military components, are we just talking about telecommunication?
Say that again?
When you say military components.
No. Telecommunication components, I mean, they would actually most likely, if they were military grade telecommunications, it wouldn't even be noted on the roster. It would be classified. Well, so for them to have a notation of military such and such, but it's not, it's declassified. That's not going to deal with telecommunication.
I just posted something to there. It said the fireball meteor spike during this, hinting debris from Atlas. debris neutralized in orbit. Trump's Golden Dome shields Earth, launching phased UFO disclosures in a 500-year tech leap. And that was just from 2 days ago.
I think, well, the 500-year tech, I've told you guys, they lie about the tech. They have been lying for decades about the type of tech we actually have.
Me and Mark joke around.
But
Me and Mark joke around about that, by the way.
It's not like they're not going to bring it out.
Well, again, I really don't think, God, what was his last name? Ben, oh my God, he had the same last name as the guy, the Democrat kid that was killed back in 2014. He was the head of Skunk Works. I can't think of his last name, though. But he, it was Ben Rich. I don't think Ben Rich was speaking out of turn when he did that address. I think that was in like 1993. He was doing a public speech at a university, and he's saying that we have technology well beyond anything we could possibly imagine. What common people could possibly imagine. We have tech that goes far beyond that. And it would literally take an act of God for the government to reveal it, which I found very interesting, because right around that same time, you had Serge Monast writing about Bluebeam, basically saying that Bluebeam was going to be a hoax act of God. I was like, oh, wow, here we go.
So you're saying that we don't have this tech? We do.
I think that's what I'm saying. But I think it's a golden shield, a golden dome, the way we think of it. I think it's way more advanced than that.
Well, that's what I'm
way
saying.
more.
That's what that's what you're seeing,
Yes.
that these things are coming through. That's what we're seeing is those.
I'm sorry. Pretty. I mentioned last week in chat, last Wednesday, before we were planning to go on there, that about the amount of debris that we've got up in
Space junk.
Yeah.
Yep. But here's my problem, Mark. Why all of a sudden from March 1st to March 30th, do we have a boatload, if it was space junk, a boatload of space junk, not only burn into our atmosphere, but make it really, really, really close to the point where somebody actually has a piece of material in their house in Texas. Really, really close to our surface. Okay, because normally space junk, that's not how it works. It doesn't come down like that.
It's disclosure.
It's like when you're talking about like long-term technology and stuff, it's like when you go into even on the internet, me and Mark was joking about this with everybody always used to say that if you put it on the internet, it's going to be there forever. And it took years and years before people started figuring out that was a load of shit. You can get long-term memory like through perma web or perma pages and stuff like that for like 200 to 500 years, I think.
Yeah,
but
allegedly,
yeah.
But according to press documents, press releases.
But I mean, that's just the internet. So when it comes to that kind of stuff, you got to take that into consideration too. Now, I
made the joke about searching for my first ever website that I did on GeoCities back in '96. You're not going to find it at all. No.
It's funny too, because the Internet Archives have been, for the last decade, have been under constant attack. I mean, it's constant. You at least once or twice a week, I see the Internet Archives at complete down. I mean, completely down. And usually when that occurs, that means something is being removed or added to the Internet Archives. And that, again, it reshapes our history. It reshapes people's but what do you think happened in like 2011, 2012 when one of George Soros's arms bought up dictionary.com? I keep trying to tell people, you don't understand. they changed the meaning of words. They went into dictionary.com, and they went in after that. They started hitting the encyclopedias, and they changed how words were defined, like the word fascist being one of them. I mean, it was crazy because we have a whole generation now who, honest to God, believe they know what a fascist is, but what they're actually describing is not a fascist, but what they're doing is fascism. So it's like, how did that get redefined? How does that happen?
They want to move to an they want Italy to move to the classic sort of Roman to the concept. You said fascism.
This is what I'm saying, though. It's kind of like, to make a comparison, it's like when the 3rd century AD, when the Council of Nicaea decided that they were going to come up with a Christian Bible. Okay, they were going to take all these writings of the followers of Jesus and come up with this Bible. And they took what they wanted and they burned what they didn't want. So the things that they didn't feel fit a controllable society, they left out. Well, that is not a true belief. That's not a true system. That is a system based off control and lies in many ways. So you now have a whole religion 2,000 years later who doesn't have an inkling that there's a whole big chunk missing in their history because a bunch of guys, 30 some odd guys decided, oh, no, we don't want that because that might give them too much. They might think too much. We don't want that. We don't want them thinking. Thinking is a bad thing.
Or the language is different because they probably did it in Latin as opposed to Greek, which is what the apostles and the Aramaic. Or
it was
Hebrew,
Greek and Aramaic. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And so that does make quite a bit of difference.
It does. It does
because and the church fathers. We're talking Augustine. Different people in there, Tertullian and all that kind of. Those people, they didn't like the Greek. they wanted to stick to Latin. It's just different. It's a whole different slant.
It is a different, and it's funny because Greek is still spoken and Latin is a dead language. So
I know it's
kind of funny.
I know.
Kind of funny how that works.
Latin is still used in science,
law,
yeah.
Yep. But it's pretty much a dead language. It's not a commonly spoken language at all.
I still occasionally quote Latin. Occasionally.
Well, I mean, a lot of us quote phrases. I have Latin on my I have Latin phrases all over the place, but it's not commonly spoken. And if you ask young people from the last 2 generations about Latin, they're going to give you a very blank look, like what? What is that?
Or if you can read in Italy, if you can read Latin, that's pretty impressive. Because
it's true.
They don't.
Yep. Even though their language is based on it, so is Spanish. Right. It's all based on French. They're all based on Latin. But it's kind of like I was telling somebody the other day, we were talking about Hebrew, the Hebrew language. And I'm like, it reminds me a little bit of German. It does, because it's a guttural language. But I said, but you have Yiddish, which is actually a lot more Jews speak Yiddish than they do Hebrew. I'm like, and Yiddish is German. So
it's one of those
it's Etruscan
languages. Yeah.
It's Etruscan. So it's like, did you ever wonder about that? How that happened? Because it wasn't spoken in Israel back, 100 years ago when Israel was under the Ottoman Empire. Right. Not at all. It was, if you either spoke Hebrew or Arabic or Persian, you were not speaking Yiddish over there. That's for damn sure. Mm-hmm. So it's a very, again, it's an interesting thought process. And I thought it was very interesting, too, the other thing that had occurred this week, that first you had Bibi a couple weeks ago saying that, the Messiah was coming, that the defeat of Iran would bring about the Messiah. And I told you all my opinions on that, because if you're truly a Christian that follows the Bible, well, that's going to go against everything you believe, because the second coming would be, you have the Antichrist before the second coming. So, that's a problem.
Well, they don't believe the Messiah. Their Messiah hasn't come yet.
Correct. But what does that do to the Christians? If their Messiah shows up and our second coming hasn't happened, what does that do? That means that you're in the middle, which means it's the Antichrist, because the Antichrist comes between the first and the second coming. But it's like I said, it's a very interesting scenario. But then you have on top of that, this past week, Bibi basically telling everybody that Israel is now superseded the United States as a superpower. And I thought, oh, you did not just say that. You did not just say that, because you see, we just sent a bunch of troops over there, and I just have this very strange feeling it's not because of Iran. I'm just going to put that out there.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to end real well, because Bibi also basically shut down the elections in Israel this past week. So he's not going to be up for re-election because of war. But, logistically speaking, his last election in 2021-22, they were running on Smartmatic Dominion systems, and the people of Israel didn't really agree with the results very much, because they didn't really think he won that election.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is very interesting timing. You had Venezuela go down. That's where the servers were for Smartmatic and Dominion. And now you've got Bibi suddenly saying, oh, no, we're at war. We can't have another election again. You've got Tucker Carlson dropping the videos of Bibi being interrogated when he was arrested, which, by the way, that occurred in 2019. That was during Trump's first administration. And strangely enough, within a month of Trump losing the 2020 election, Bibi was back in power. Wow. But, Trump loves Bibi, and Bibi loves Trump. Really. I'm telling you. For real.
Yeah.
Again, it's if you look at it historically, and I always say that, you gotta stop, you gotta shut the news off. You have to stop reading all the clickbait. You have to stop. Because everybody is gonna have, even I have an agenda behind what I'm doing. I truly believe in what I see happening. So even with me, you guys, discern on your own. Go out and find your own information. But for God's sakes, stop listening to all this crap, because I'm telling you, what's occurring and what we're hearing are not the same. They're just not the same.
And they're narratives being put out in front of us.
It's big words that needs to be remembered. Like, you got to remember what propaganda and narratives.
Yes.
I personally know, or I see the difference between how things have been between, say, 2010 and 15 to now, and you can't tell me that that's not happening. There is such thing as unbiased, but they're not using it anymore.
I think you're seeing a 1-2 punch in a lot of ways, because I think you have to get things even somewhat controllable. You have got to get rid of the Muslim Brotherhood, okay? Because, again, the Muslim Brotherhood, the Zionists, it's all one system.
Right.
And people just don't want to see that. They want to separate them because they've been told to. But it's not. It's one system. And you got to get rid of both of them, because if we don't get rid of both of them, we're not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. We're going to be under the same crap as we are, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And, I think that's another reason that England's been targeted, because of the Muslim Brotherhood and their infiltration of England, because you guys are overrun over there.
Yeah. And England is, well, didn't Rothschild buy the Israel?
Yep.
So,
all right.
Yeah, they're all in.
I got to take us out to our long break, but, that being said, I also, before we go out to break, I want to drop this little tidbit. The Vatican made a Rothschild the head of the Vatican Bank this week. And if that doesn't tell you what's going down, then I got nothing for you. Hang in there, guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more of the Vixen's Vault. Get a smile on your face and get some coffee or some Coke or something. Not cocaine. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. We'll be back.
Oh, no, you had to go there.
I never know who's listening. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
You made your narrative clear.
We're on radio break now.
Poor Mark was
I
ready
thought-
to
I
explode.
said Coke, and I thought about it. I'm like, oh no, I didn't just say that.
Yeah, you did.
Oh yeah, I gotta
Go
correct that.
Go get you some Coke. Get you
Go
some
get you some
Coke and
Coke.
snort it up. I'm gonna go get that coffee.
Yeah.
I think I had my coffee on there. Did you see the cool sound wave I put on there for that? That's what Mark Watashik showed
That
me.
is really cool. That is cool.
Put it.
Sound wave, yeah.
I put it on there so that it would look cool.
You've been
Does.
using that thing on a lot of ours recently.
Well, this isn't. I've never done it like for sharing and stuff, like on the virtual camera. So I figured I'd do it this time.
Whoa! Holy crap! What is this? Hold on a minute. I'm gonna read this off to you. I don't know if this is a past event or if this is current. A devastating fire inside the USS Bonefish, SS-582, forces crew to abandon submarine. The submarine USS Bonefish suffered a catastrophic fire during a training mission about 160 miles from the coast of Florida. The incident began when seawater entered through the trash disposal unit and reached the electrical components in the battery compartment, triggering an electrical arc that ignited a rapidly spreading blaze. Thick smoke and intense heat quickly filled the submarine. Because the last 3 weeks, and I think Raphael is on with us and he can verify this, we've had, Scandinavian subs off our coast, we've had Chinese subs off our coast, and we've had subs off the Florida coast.
Big shark?
Yeah, we've got a 14-foot great white.
I thought it was 16.
Yep. No, it's a female. She's 14 feet. She's right off the county below me. She's right off Pinellas County. She keeps pinging off the coast right near Anclote Key. So I've scuba there many times. I'm gonna drop the link because it actually shows the fire. I'm like, that's not good.
I'm gonna get off and reboot because I can't.
More than likely an
There
accident. I don't know. Yeah.
We're gonna get cut off here pretty soon, so yeah. Let's hang up and I'll call you guys right back.
Sounds good.
All right.
You want blink?
All right, that was hour 1 of the Vixen's Vault. Hour 2 coming right up. More to come. More to come. You never know what's going to go on the Vault with the Legion of Chaos.
Shalom.
There we go.
Bismarck.
Yep.
Bismarck.
Where is... where's Vicky?
She had a reboot. You gotta give her a minute.
No, she's there. Just after you admit her.
There she is.
Oh, there she
There
goes.
she was. Hey, there's
Yeah,
David
she's rebooting.
Campione. Let's see if we can get him in. See if he took some nice pictures.
Oh, at the launch?
Yep.
He's
That's where
actually
he was
closer
at
than I
today.
am. Yep. That was beautiful launch, like I said. I will say one thing about the rockets, though, the larger rockets, man, the contrail that they leave behind, holy crow. Thing's huge. All right, there we got that going. I dropped the link into the chat from that fire. That's crazy.
Wait for official news to come through.
Well, here's the thing, Mark. We've had, just a couple of years ago, we had, there was a British sub off our coast that the U.S. or the UMS, was it, whatever, it was the Vanguard. And she supposedly got hit accidentally.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no. It is not, no. Because how many decades have they been operating in the waters off Florida doing exercises, especially off the East Coast, because Jacksonville, that naval station up at Jacksonville, is a monster. It's also a nuclear station, but
Welcome
it's
back,
a monster
Vicky.
base. And they run exercises off those bases all the time. But you don't have accidents like that. Not commonly, and I mean, it's occurring more and more. And there's too much, like I said, there's too many things going on right now with Cuba. And I know Cuba is in the sights. That government is going to go down. But again, I think what they're trying to do is to force it to happen organically. In other words, allow the Cubans to rise up and take control of their country again. And I think that's the same thing that Trump was trying to do with Iran. Allow the people of Iran to re-control their government. It's their government. It is not Israel's government. It is not Israel's land. It is Iranian. And I think that's what he's trying to get done.
Where'd Roger go? Roger.
Just a quick point. You might want to check that Facebook URL again. According to what I'm saying, this page isn't available at the moment. So possibly
hang on. Let me see what happened now.
Is Raph coming in with this?
I don't know. Did you try to reach him?
Yeah, he's lit up green, but it's not answering.
Oh, he might be in the bathroom. Hang on a minute. I gotta pull my charger out so I can.
Larry's been in chat too. He's wondering if BB's still alive, and I'm like, I don't know.
You know what?
Probably.
Again, I question that too. I question it too, though, because the video they put out with BB, it's not. It just doesn't fit. It's not. Hold on. Are you coming back in? Yeah, no, he's trying to call you. He's like, he's green. I don't understand. All right, he's coming.
Okay.
But you're right. I think that's the reason they parked the Ford outside of Israel, so the Israelis don't do anything stupid. And that's why their nuclear thing was hit. So that let's just take all the nuclear stuff out of this region. Okay.
That was, you know what else got hit though? You'll find this interesting, Vic. The Israel, people don't understand this, but Israel is they are the largest producer of pharmaceuticals that are off-brand. So generic pharmaceuticals, Israel is the #1 producer in the world of generic pharmaceuticals. Their plant. No, it is Israel. It's Israel. I'm telling you, because their pharmaceutical plant got destroyed. It was a direct hit. It blew sky high. And I thought, yeah, I'm so glad that Ralphie had this foresight to order a shit ton of antibiotics and stuff to have in storage, because I think the price of antibiotics is about to go through the roof.
In the US,
because again,
what about from the Trump? There's supposed to be a website that he has pharmaceuticals. I don't know.
He's only got right now. He's working, from what I could see, because I was on that site. It's Trump RX, and I was on there about a month ago, and it's got limited things on there, mainly pertaining to weight loss.
30 seconds.
Trying to get people under control with their weight, and then diabetes. Which, that's great. The insulin for the diabetes, because that's ridiculous, the amount of money they charge. Because, that is a life and death thing. And it's kind of like the way I feel about the EpiPen. I think that is absolutely criminal that they can charge.
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is April Fool's Day, April the 1st, 2026, 10:04 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And I'd like to welcome you all back to the show. It's funny because when we go on break, it's kind of bad because I lose track of where I was at when I went on break, but we just continue our conversation. And when we're on break, Mark pointed out, hi, Larry, by the way. Mark pointed out that Larry's in chat. Hi, Larry. And he was asking whether or not BB was alive or dead. And I got to tell you, for all it's worth, I don't know if he's with us anymore because everything I see that comes out per video, unless they're wanting us to think he's dead, and I thought about that too because of the way these games are played.
The fingers.
Do they want us to think he's dead? I mean, because I know the Israelis and the Mossad are actually really good with fake video. It's that they it's very almost impossible to discern whether it's real or fake if you're going evidentially, but they don't make mistakes like Six Fingers. They don't do that. I'm like, I can't understand why they would even allow that to go international unless either one, they want us to know BB's dead,
right?
Or number two, they want us to think BB's dead. Because there was no not questioning those videos, either one of them. Even the second one in the coffee shop or wherever the heck it was too perfect.
Mm-hmm.
And Dave Campione and I were talking about that when it was first posted. I was like, dude, it was way too perfect. I mean, even if you shot in 4K, this looked like BB was the green screen. It was crazy. It was just crazy. I said, but they want you to believe that it's 100% real. Look how clear it is. Look, it's this. Yeah, well, the motion didn't match the person. Number one, that's a problem. But again, the Mossad is not stupid. They're not even close to stupid. They're one of the most feared intelligence agencies for friggin' reason. So
Didn't they start at the same time the CIA did, or a year after?
They started a year after.
Yeah,
a year after. Like, literally, if you look at the timeline of the Mossad, the CIA, and the development of the Israeli government, it's kind of scary. It's like, yeah, that's not good. But
and all bought by the English, right?
Well, by a certain Englishman. I mean, it wasn't necessarily the English, but, I mean, then, of course, England dove in with, making the Bank of England a national bank rather than a privately owned bank. So, yeah, that's where you saw the joining or the marriage between the Rothschild family and the British royal family.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's very interesting. And again, timing. You got King Charles coming here with camel toe. Sorry. I can't help it. I did it with Kamala Harris, and I'm going to do it with your royal consort, whatever she is. Because she's a something. I will tell you that. I don't know what the British people think about it. I think y'all try to love her because you have to. You try to like her, even if not love, at least like her. And even that's hard. I mean, it's...
Again, I don't know. I don't listen to celebrity gossips. So I don't know what the sort of general perception is.
I don't know. Maybe it's my age, but, I got up. I remember when Princess Diana married Charles, and I remember getting so caught up in the romanticism of that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And just, oh God, I remember settling down in front of the TV to watch the wedding and oohing and ahhing over her dress. And now I look at that dress and I'm thinking, oh my God, what were you thinking?
A small embarrassment thing. I've got my dad's got a old photograph of me in a sort of church parish faith thing. Having a sort of I don't know, when I was 5-6 years old, scoffing jelly or trifle or something.
Oh God. Oh no.
Yeah.
Why we don't give dads cameras? Lesson number 1.
That's embarrassing to you, man. I mean, he didn't have like baby pictures of you naked on a bear rug or...
Oh my God.
They
That's
didn't do that over
Mark.
in England. Jolly old England, they didn't do that.
Mark, I'm telling you, I'm going to set up an encrypted chat with you and say, don't say this in front of Roger. Please, because Roger will find that photo and blow it up and paste it all over anything that has your name on it. So don't.
You might check with the Mossad first and see if they've done it.
There's only one copy of it. One, yeah.
Oh, one. Well, Mark's like, that's what you think, Mark. That's what you think. But, I mean, here's the thing. And now, actually, Roger's brain is probably tingling where he's thinking, I could actually probably make a fake of that. I guarantee
No,
this is what
I
Roger's
would
thinking.
never do it. I'll say it.
I know he's thinking it now.
It would probably be a good idea, but Mark has meltdowns, man. I couldn't do that. He would literally he'd say, "I'd bring you up on legal charges and you better take that down." Like when they put him in a G-string, he went unhinged, man.
But I mean, like I said, going back to that wedding, I mean, I remember. I think every girl on the planet pretty much got caught up in that wedding. It was because it was every girl's dream. You know, you marry a prince. Although I never thought Charles was handsome by any stretch of the imagination. Still, I always thought Andrew was. And what was the third one? Was Edward?
Edward,
the
yeah.
youngest? Oh my God, he was a handsome thing. Oh, but. And I remember thinking how innocent she looked. I never got over that. How, I don't know, just innocent she looked. Just the fairy tale princess. And everything that occurred as time went on. And the things we found out about the strictness of protocol and how the royals work and how they've always worked and how things are. And, you know, the struggle to, I guess you could say, come into the modern ages. And it was just a tragic tale.
And she really loved him. That's the problem.
I think she tried.
Well, I mean, originally she did. And then, when reality hit her in the face, she was like, oh.
But I really don't think Harry is his son. I can tell you that. I look at Prince Harry, and I look at him. And I look at Prince Harry, then I look at her bodyguard. And I look at Prince Harry, and I'm like, yeah, that looks like the bodyguard's kid. That really does not look like Charles's kid. But you never know because there's so many genetic mix-ups within the Windsor house. It could be, but I don't think so. Oh, that was the other thing. Did you guys see where Sarah Ferguson got stripped of her title?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Is that
because Andrew did? Because Andrew did?
No, but there's also allegations that she was laundering money. Again, allegations that she was laundering money to the Epstein project.
Oh no!
Because she continued communication with Epstein after his conviction, and it was a very friendly communication. And you know what? I'm 100% for that. I don't care who she is, but. You know, if Andrew is going to take a hit, so should she. 100%. If she continued that communication and she was in that network, she should face the same ramifications Andrew faces publicly.
Well,
it's not.
Hold on. We gotta look at this at a really serious perspective, though, because a lot of people are trying to confuse this as being conspiracy. But let's look at the connection there with Fergie. Financing the Epstein stuff, and then let's look at Maxwell. Everybody always wants to overlook Maxwell. Okay, she was actually flying models in from France.
Yep.
Supposed models. Okay, so I mean,
proven
it's
underage.
Yeah,
proven underage models, and that's the thing. And actually, I saw something about her today, Maxwell, and it was actually a recording of her basically. Not even just owning everything she did, but proud of what she did. And it's like, I think what makes me angry is I see her sitting in a jail, and the people that she actually provided the services to are still, we're still catching up to that. And it's like, okay, even if you could get them with treason or a more serious charge down the line, the fact is that, to me, anything that deals with underage children and sex and anything, no, that to me, that's a primary. That goes above treason in my book. Because you're willing to sacrifice future generations. Oh, no. Bye-bye.
I said just now that I don't do celebrity gossip, but while I was growing up, there was this perception, general perception that a lot of people didn't like Fergie at the time.
Yeah.
There was a general perception about something was wrong even
I don't
back
think
in
the
the
Queen.
80s.
Yeah, I don't think the Queen liked Fergie.
After
They said
she was caught taking pictures with that guy, you know.
Well, she was. It wasn't just that. She was wild and she was
Right.
lippy. I remember that. She was lippy as all hell. But and it's such a difference from Diana. But I know Diana liked Fergie, found her funny. But again, I think that I don't know. The Queen was kind of in a hard position. I really, really do believe that. How do you control all that? How do you control it? I mean,
I liked Fergie. I thought she was sexy as heck.
she was a trip. She was like the Donald Trump of the female Donald Trump of the of the British royal family. She really was.
She made Lady Gaga look like oatmeal.
Oh God. Oh God.
Oh, come on. You're like Willie and think that, what's her name? Sidney Powell is hot.
Oh, yeah.
All right? You and Willie both think Sidney Powell is hot. Get out
If you put a bag over Sydney, if you put a bag over her face. No, okay, yeah, I can go that far. But put a bag over her face and let her talk smart, and yeah, she's hot.
Actually,
you got to bring out your medical talk. Go ahead.
It was funny because Sidney Powell is actually starting to crack the surface again with being reported on, which, she went really zero dark 30 for a while there. And it was because of obviously her connections to Trump and, the fact that she was targeted. But what she was saying, and I've said that, what Sidney Powell was putting out there was not untrue. It was 100% accurate. And, she paid for that in a lot of ways, but now it's kind of coming back. And I think Sidney Powell, when you hear the word Kraken, I know a lot of people always say Kraken and they talk Mike Flynn or they talk, others within the Trump circle of the first administration. I think Kraken is Sidney Powell. And I keep saying that. When they say release the Kraken, they're talking about Sidney Powell. And at least that's my thought process. But she's brilliant. I have a lot of respect for her. I have a lot of respect for what she went through. Because, her whole career got destroyed because of what occurred. And, again, I think there is a comeuppance for that. And I think we're going to see it pretty darn soon, actually. But, and actually, that's what I was getting into this week and the weird coincidence we have this week. We had the Artemis launch on April Fool's Day. Let's just put that out there. If I didn't point that out, I'd be a moron. You have these weird meteor showers that make absolutely no sense. Then you've got, on top of that, we have a comet that's actually going to be visible to the naked eye the day before Easter. So Holy Saturday, we have a comet that's supposed to pass behind the sun, and the predictions are it's going to survive that pass, and it's going to be visible to the naked eye on Saturday. And again, I'm looking at it going, I get where people say, like, Mark, whenever I think of this, I think of you. It's just a coincidence. No. I don't believe in coincidences, especially not like this. And I keep saying it's like you're being brought to the precipice of a great movie. You're hitting that tone of the here we go, here's the grand finale. That's what it feels like right now. Even what's going on worldwide. We keep you keep hearing the news drop the word nuclear. Nuclear, 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 nuclear. And yet you've got Iran saying we don't have them. We've never had them. We do not have them. 40 years Israel has been accusing us of having nuclear weapons. We don't have them. And honestly, I don't think they do. Do they have ballistic missiles? Yes, I think they do have ballistic missiles. Do they have nukes? No, I don't think so. Not even close.
Well, the argument is that they, they may have enough material to potentially make a nuclear weapon.
But Mark, think about this logically. If they were as terroristic and as evil as is pushed on us here in the Western culture constantly, and I'm not saying there weren't bad players. I'm saying I don't think that it's what they've been portraying. I think they need a bad guy, so they're going to use a bad guy so they can get what they want out of the situation. But if Iran really wanted to do some damage, you really think they're not capable of doing, I mean, with minimal supplies, a radioactive dirty bomb? Of course they could.
Well, Mark.
Well, they also have, like you said, a huge market in pharmaceuticals, NBC weapon, chemical.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If they really wanted to do damage, if they were really that evil,
and
we would have gone down this road.
Raph just mentioned something in chat too that I agree with, and he's right. You know, they have always been 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon since the 90s. Okay, and they've had UN inspectors in there. They've known that they've had the nuclear capabilities since the Iraq War, when our airplanes flew over and took sightings of it. So I don't get where everybody's coming up with it's such a surprise that they had nuclear facilities, because it's always been known since the 1990s.
Well, and where did the bomb go from Whiteman Air Force Base?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Believe me. I mean, I've said that too, but I actually think that bomb didn't go there. I think it went to Israel. Just saying. But, I mean, it's one of those things where you have to really just stop and think. And say, again, they could have done a dirty bomb. They could have done a chemical bomb. It's not them using chemicals, by the way, in this war. Who's using the white phosphate? Who is bombing right now with white phosphate? It is not Iran. Who is doing that? It's Israel.
In saying that during the 80s Iraq-Iran war, there was chemical weapons were used on both sides.
No, it was actually Iraq was doing it to Iran, and when it comes to that, that's an interesting story, because you had what they refer to as the modern day version of the Immortals. And these people were literally walking into chemical bombs, committing suicide to fight against Iraq. And they, believe it or not, they actually beat them off. And that's why
they did what? They beat them off.
Oh yeah, they sorry. What? I better watch out. I gotta watch what I say around Nancy. But yeah, I mean, and now today everybody's like, oh yeah, we're going to be in and out, and Trump's going to beat them. No, that's not going to happen. You are dealing with the most radical country in the world. That's the one thing I can agree on. If you want to go to war against any country, or if you don't want to go to war against any country, Iran is the country you do not want to, because they will die to the last person.
Yep. Well, here's the other thing too. If there was a real threat of a weaponized Iranian nuclear program, do you really think Iraq wouldn't have been the first one blowing the frickin' whistle on that?
Yeah.
Of course they would have. I mean, this is what I'm saying. It doesn't make, what they're selling you does not make sense, except when they're beating a war drum, and then nobody's listening anyway. It's like, dudes, this doesn't make sense, because again, if they're these evil, horrific terrorists, they would have utilized that. Just like Israel is using white phosphate.
Russia is not going to give them something that's going to reach Moscow either.
Exactly. They're not. You're right. And China's not going to give them something that's going to reach Taiwan. They won't. It's true. It's true. But all right, guys, with that, I'm going to take us out to our last break of the evening. When we return, we're going to try to wrap this into something intellectual, maybe. I don't think so. It's just too much fun just talking about it. We'll be back in just a few minutes, guys.
All right, we're on radio break.
And I think, like I said, I think you have a government within Iran where there are Mossad factions functioning within the government. And that really, it puts a monkey wrench in so much. Like, I think right now, the press is probably getting their information from the Mossad factions within Iran, while you have the Trump administration that's negotiating with the actual leadership of Iran. It's like a bipolar situation over there, because press is saying one thing, but we've got the Trump administration saying something different, and what's manifesting as real is what the Trump administration is saying. So it's like, okay, so who exactly are the press talking to? Because what they're saying versus what's actually happening are very different things.
Here's a good
we
question
do
for
have
you to check out, Nancy. All right.
What?
Jeff Nadolny, who has Dogman Encounters on YouTube, he gets this guy in every now and then that's a government contractor. And they're now releasing stuff about tagged dogmen and werewolves.
Did Jack ever tell you that I had a dream about the Dogman, and it was I said there's a military component to this?
Yeah, there is a military. One. There is definitely. In fact, they used them recently in Africa.
Yep, I told him that. I think this was like 2 years ago.
He was on. He was on the air. Apparently, he's allowed to talk about this, and I think a lot of this has to do with funding being cut off from certain places.
That's interesting.
And we all know that, disclosure comes from funding being cut off.
Well, disclosure comes from funding being cut off, or disclosure comes when they want funded restored, and it can be true or false disclosure.
True.
Like I said, I think a lot of the crap we're being told is they're going to push a blue beam.
Apparently, this guy is a hunter, and when they go out of control, they call up one of his teams or a team like he's on to go out and eliminate them.
It's interesting because I know from the Full Disclosure Now conference, they have the guys that are MK Ultra, the guys that believe that they're super soldiers, and one of them lives here in Tampa, and he and I, Drago is his name, and he and I go back and forth every once in a while. But I would love to have him on, because if he could tell you some of the things he says, I mean, sometimes I have to say, it's hard for me to discern, but I know he's telling me the truth to what he believes.
Yeah, because
he'll tell you there's a whole classification of like soldiers that are dogmen.
Yeah,
he'll straight up tell you that. And it's like
his mind's been messed up with so much. It's it's like talking to John Lear. Remember talking to John Lear? About 5 to 10% of what he said take for as true. Anybody from that side and that hard line, you got to be able to decipher the pieces that they're giving you.
It's
up to you what you do with it from there.
Before I started on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, and I was just doing the moderator thing with John, he had me do a story that I had in Kansas City about these strange, stray, like hybrid-looking dogs in Kansas City that I'd seen. And I'd seen them multiple times on the south side.
You got 30 seconds.
And I turn around and I put that story out there, and Kansas City Paranormal Investigation actually freaking said, "Oh, I've been here all my life, never seen that once."
In fact, that's a hot spot.
And they don't want to admit that stuff.
Here's
People
your
have a hard
countdown.
time with dogs.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back. Welcome back to everybody listening. This is the last segment of the Vixen's Vault for tonight. It is April the 1st, 2026, 10:29 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Welcome back to the show. And, before we get going, I got to tell you all something. Again, we were talking about what to you might be a mishmash of conversation, but to us, it's things that we talk about all the time. But we were talking about, like, Dogman and the military aspects of what that particular crypto might be. it's a very interesting topic because sometimes some of these things seem so far-fetched. Like Roger was just saying he had an encounter that he was talking about in Kansas City and how a paranormal group based out of Kansas City was telling him, no, that's not true. And I think that, number one, that's probably because they don't want to be seen as too far. In other words, it's to them, some things are just so hard to prove or so unbelievable that to even give any credit to it at all would just make them look like idiots. But what I've come to find out in 30 plus years of being in those fields and seeing the things I've seen and heard and the people I've talked to, sometimes it's the most far-fetched, absolutely insane thing that you're told that is the absolute truth. And that is kind of a rule of thumb. Like the craziest theory somebody could possibly tell you ends up being the actual truth. And I kind of look at that in everything we see now, where I say, if they say that this is a truth, I got to look at the polar opposite of what they're saying and start digging into whether there's any relative fact or even a nodule of truth to the exact opposite of what they're saying. That's how I have to deal with things nowadays, with news, with anything. Because that seems to be the reality we live in. We are told one thing when the absolute polar opposite is true. So when they say the moon is a natural object, yep, I'm going to start digging in to whether the moon could possibly be a completely unnatural object. Totally created by something that is not of nature. And I notice I did not say by mankind, because I don't necessarily know if that's going to be the case. Why? Because for how many decades were we told that we are the only life in the universe? And, how many times have we been told that, yeah, well, the statistics say that there might be another planet like Earth out there. That, the fact is we're probably the only Goldilocks planet out there. Yeah, well, again, for how many decades, you people who are Americans, how many decades were we told that General George Custer was an absolute American hero? Completely an American hero.
And be careful,
and
you're
yet,
gonna get Mark mad. Mark Edworthy loves Custard. He thinks he's cool.
Well,
oh God,
no, but that's a matter of perspective, really.
But everybody will remember opening up your history text because he was a standard in all of the history texts when we were growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And literally portrayed every time the hero that lost his life at Little Bighorn. I mean, we all know the epic battle of Little Bighorn, but what actually happened leading up to Little Bighorn is a very, very, very different story than what you're told or taught.
Well, see, I have a lot of respect for Cromwell, too. I think he was actually a hero when it came to England. And
which one?
Cromwell, the one who freed England before they decided to go back in. Yeah, before England went back into slavery under the monarchy.
Yeah.
Slavery, but we remember the 5 year tyrants they became.
It's a matter of perspective,
What I find funny about the British, though, what I really find funny about your government, again, we based our Constitution off your Magna Carta, and it's really interesting because what I see happening in England now is like almost a realization of the English people that, oh, wait, we had a monarchy that was an absolute ruler. We said, no, we cannot bloody well have this. So we traded out and we brought in representation from the people. We went socialist, and now we've got a government that's actually wielding more power than the monarchy did, and it's not listening to its people. So y'all kind of ended up in the same square you started out with, except now it's common people doing exactly what the monarchy was doing. They got them thrown out.
These things will change. After all, May the 7th is the local elections, and that is, I can predict that's going to be really damaging for the government, which could actually result in Starmer needing to resign potentially.
Hopefully, y'all are using voting systems that are not like the ones we were using, because you might be surprised by your results if you're not.
Don't use Dominion. Don't use
Manual in
Dominion,
this
sir.
country. The vote system is still a manual process.
Nice.
With England, it's not just the voting system. Like I've unraveled a couple things about the monarchy. Like the House of Lords is actually ran by the monarchy themselves. They are appointed by elitists and not voted
actually,
in.
Not the monarchy. Yeah. There's a move to when Blair moved during Blair's time. A majority of the hereditary peers was removed, which only resulted in something like 90 hereditary peers. This government is planning to remove all hereditary pairs. Problem with that is that you are going to create a system of cronyism. I've already heard in the last couple of days, Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, is going to be nominated to be a peer. And that's
well, you have people on the House of Lords that aren't even a participant in the House of Lords. Like just because they were born into a family, they're
a royal family. Yep,
they're a part of it.
But the argument is that well, there's two arguments there. You've got experts in the field or whatever.
Name them.
You've got actual industry leaders in the House of Lords. Or
I've actually looked at that. I've found nobody.
Understanding of history. You've got an understanding of this providence.
We have experts who were voted into office, though, too. Like we have a lot of experts that were. I mean, more people were voted into Congress that were attorneys than anybody else in the history of America in the last, I'd say, 50 years.
Here's the thing, though. We can't. Okay, so Americans, we can't. I give Mark crap all the time, but I really can't give Mark crap. Because honest to God, we have a system that, again, we fought a war to get away from a monarchy, fought a second war, went right back under their shoe again. And I've said, if you actually trace the lineage of our presidents, we have more blood relations to the British monarchy than we possibly could know what to do with, including Barack Obama. I mean, so it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I mean, literally. So how do we end up here? We have two.
It was always here, though. You see, and I bring up John Jay all the time for a reason, because like during the time that we had our revolution, he was actually just before that, he was trying to make negotiations with England so that they could settle this peacefully and we could still stay a part of England. And he didn't even change his mind until after the revolution started. And this is the same man that created freaking the Department of Justice.
Yep.
Okay. And when you think Washington is the city that holds all the power, you better think again, because it's New York.
Okay. There's a lot of talk about Canada joining the US. Just a small digger Roger. Why wouldn't the US want to join the greatest nation that's ever been?
Which one? Yours? Yeah. Right.
The empire where the sun never sets.
The empire.
Oh yeah.
It's the empire.
Yep. Oh boy. But I mean, literally.
What? We're not going to talk about the tri-points of power? The Vatican, D.C. and where else?
City of London. City of London.
Yep.
Yep. And we're talking about the real city of London too.
Yeah, the
Well,
square.
That's the thing. And I think DC, again, there's so many little signs you see that things are amiss. Things are not quite what they're telling you. The construction of the ballroom in DC. And the fact that now you finally have some press saying, well, maybe it's not got to do with a ballroom. Oh, hello, Captain Obvious, you think? You really think that Trump would really give a rat's ass whether or not you liked whether or not he built a ballroom? No, and then he would block you from videoing anything to do with the construction because he's building a ballroom? And that senators would absolutely go bonkers over a ballroom when they built basketball courts, bowling alleys, you name it. Each president has put something utterly ridiculous in the White House, and nobody has said a word.
I've made the argument that the ballroom idea isn't so ridiculous. It's another venue to entertain foreign dignitaries.
It's not. It's in the same area of the White House where we know that there are tunnels that go underneath that area. I'm telling you, they're clearing out certain things.
It could be used as a press room. It could be used as a...
I think eventually it will be, but I think it's been in use as something very different. And it's being cleaned out, renovated, and going to be rebooted as something different and more plausible to the American people and what we believe our culture stands for. Not that it is what our culture stands for anymore, because right now we have a Supreme Court where we have justices who say, I can't define what a woman is. Okay, well, you're retarded, and you need to go back to school. Because, literally, to say something like that, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Do you need to know what a woman is?
Oh my God! I can't believe she said that.
I can tell you.
That lady does.
I can tell you guys. You want to hear?
Family friendly, Roger. Forget it.
Oh, okay.
YouTube.
Made my heart beat. It's made my heart beat twice. When just
enough, Roger.
Oh boy!
Did you say heartbeat or heartbeat?
Hockey
think about what we're going through right now. Think about what SCOTUS, okay, the greatest court in our land, SCOTUS, the kings of justice and queens. Okay, the decisions that we're waiting on right now. We're waiting on transgenderism decisions. We're waiting on things that really, it's insane to think that this is in front of the greatest court in the land. Okay, that's supposed to mat out justice. And here they are discussing how people can speak. The whole reason they're in play is to defend the First Amendment, not tell us what we can and cannot say. It's to defend our ability to say what we want and then deal with either the good ramifications or the bad ramifications of our statements. Allow society to decide. Not a law, society. That is the whole reason behind the First Amendment. That's why everybody here went absolutely bonkers when Israel started doing the flex and saying, well, we think that you, the United States, need to make laws about anti-Semitism. And if anybody says anything bad about Israel's government, that's considered anti-Semitic. Oh, excuse you the hell out of me.
Right.
I'm sorry. I don't believe this is the United States of Israel. Bugger off. Goodbye, and we'll decide the way this works. But no, we have justices sitting on that court right now who literally cannot tell you what a woman is. It's the most insanely stupid stuff I've ever seen in my life. It's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. These are supposed to be positions of absolute power, positions of people who have studied law their entire life, and yet here they are up there making ridiculous statements that make them look, stupider than a kindergartner. At least a kindergartner can tell you what a boy is and what a girl is.
I'm pretty sure AI could do it too. Let's replace them with AI.
It's just...
They did it in Buck Rogers. Why can't they do it now?
Because you don't hold AI responsible for anything because they're a computer.
No, because AI is only as good as the junk that's put in.
That's
AI,
true.
it's junk in, junk out, or good in, good out. AI is only as good as the information it is fed. So whoever feeds the AI now controls everything. It cannot work like that. End of statement.
Don't put
We-
them in charge of anything.
The thing about the Supreme Court too is, I mean, the thing that's really important to understand is they're supposed to interpret the law, and or the Constitution actually. They're supposed to interpret the Constitution, the constitutional laws, and they have to make sure that those laws are constitutionally correct.
Correct.
Now,
that's
when it comes down to the Bill of Rights, I agree with the Bill of Rights being added in, but I also understand the history behind the Bill of Rights versus the Constitution, actual concrete. Okay, and I've been a little lenient here lately because I've reread through it, and it's been a while since I've checked it out. Okay, yeah, they did incorporate it into the Constitution, but the thing of it is how far does it go after the Bill of Rights? Do you turn around and allow those other amendments afterwards to be added into the Constitution? Because those aren't codified.
Yep.
Okay, the Bill of Rights is codified, and so is the Constitution, but those aren't. So those can be changed and messed around with all they want.
Well, and here's the other thing that you got to think about. How many times have they switched out amendments? And I keep saying that we have a problem with the Constitution because we did have amendments that were added to the Constitution. The 13th Amendment is always my big sticking point. I'm like, guys, there's three different versions of the 13th Amendment. We have the current 13th Amendment. We have the 13th Amendment that came about, let's see, that was the Tona Act, Titles of Nobility. So that was somewhere before, I think that was like mid 18th century, early 18th century, and it was ratified. And it was included into the Constitution, like Maine's Constitution had it. Multiple constitutions had the Tona 13th Amendment, Titles of Nobility. And then it suddenly disappeared. It was gone. And then suddenly we had lawyers running for office. And I said the reason that happened is because Esquire is what? It is a title of nobility. You have the British Bar, which our bar association, the American Bar, is run under.
Are you
basically American lawyers are under the British Bar.
It's related to slavery and involuntary servitude.
That was the 13th Amendment. Oh, the Conlon, is it Conlon? The Conlon Amendment. It was in like 1861, but that was the amendment where they were trying to change out the. And again, this is why I always say the Civil War is not what you thought it was. What you're taught that it is. It was not about slavery. Not realistically, it was about money. Okay, because there was an amendment put forth where, the Union went to the South and said, okay, you can keep your slaves. But here's the deal. You got to pay us 40% tax to have your slaves. And the South said, are you out of your cotton picking minds? Why would we pay a tax on our slaves when our slaves are in the Constitution? Who are you to tell us that we cannot have them? Who are you to tell us that you're going to charge us a tax on our slaves? And then we, of course, after that, it was game on and Fort Sumter happened. And next thing you knew, we were at war. But that was an actual amendment that was put in, and the North says, oh, no, we are totally abolitionists. We do not believe in slavery. Bull cocky. Because y'all came up with that amendment where you said you can have your slaves, but we want a 40% tax. Why was that a problem? It was a problem because the South could produce agriculturally and produce things that were absolutely deportable at massive profit levels. Cotton was huge, and they didn't have to pay wages. The North was paying wages in their factories and getting buried because the South was able to do so much more with manual labor that they didn't have to pay for. The only expenses they really covered for the slaves was food, housing, clothing, the basic necessities. The North did not have that option. So what did they say? Well, either we're going to just destroy your industry and go down and buy up all your cotton fields. You know, so either you pay a 40% tax or we're just going to come take it all. And that's what happened. That was why the war was fought. And again, people can romanticize it as much as they want. They can do as much propaganda re-speaking as they want. The war was about money. It was about production. It was about the industrial age and big business. That's what our war was about. That's what our Civil War was fought over. I mean, and again, it's a horrible truth, but unless we learn in this country to live with our horrible truths, we're not going to go anywhere. We're not going to advance beyond it. We're just going to get tied further and further into the net. And that's what's happened. We have spun and spun and spun to the point where now society here, we're tied up in a net. And we know beyond the shadow of a doubt that our politicians are lying to us. We know beyond the shadow of a doubt that things are not what we're being told they are. You know, people figured COVID out relatively quickly. Because I thought to myself, if COVID had happened in like the 1940s or 50s, yeah, the whole rah, rah, rah America crowd, our government would never, in fact, it was our oldest generation, the ones that were getting killed off first. They were the ones that were saying our government would never do that to us. Oh, yes, they would. Oh, yes, they would. You were expendable. Especially if you're not paying taxes anymore and you're living off that retirement. Well, that's the thing. That generation, the generation that got hit the hardest, were literally living off their what? Retirements. Their retirements that were what? Funded in many ways by a half-half with companies. They were considered a huge bane of existence. I mean, they try everything in their power to get people's retirements away from them. If you have to go into a nursing home, 90% of the time here in the States, your insurance is not going to cover your stay at the nursing home in full. And what they're going to demand in actual exchange for your stay at the nursing home is your flipping retirement.
They're gonna want your properties too. They'll end up having you put liens on your property, everything you own.
Yep.
And I also bring this up because everybody keeps forgetting it, but let's talk about the New Deal. The great New Deal. They're just gonna, you know, that's horrible.
Well, to me, he was the bane of existence. FDR is probably my most hated president because he literally lied his way through World War II, lied his way into why we got into World War II. You remember when Biden was threatening to stack the Supreme Court? He got that from FDR. Because initially the Supreme Court, when the New Deal was brought before the Supreme Court, because they were saying it was unconstitutional, and it is. The SCOTUS said, no, this is not constitutional. FDR says, okay, picks up the phone and says, okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lower the retirement age of you guys and retire all of you and restack the court with who I want. And the New Deal will pass. So either you pass it or I retire all of you. And they passed it. But it was not constitutional. And still to this day, it's not. Neither is Social Security. All right. With that, I got to start closing out the show, though. And this is what I mean, folks, when I say don't ever believe everything you're taught in the history books. Go do the homework. Because the homework's going to tell you a different story 99% of the time. With that, we are out of here. Vicky, Mark, Roger, and of course, producer Mark. As always, thank you for joining me. I really thoroughly enjoy it. Love having you guys here. I think Ralphie he never did get back on with us, but Ralphie, if you can hear me, if you're listening, thank you for joining us earlier. With that, I'm out of here for the night. Hopefully we all survive Easter weekend. That would be great. That would be really nice. I'd love to hear what Trump said. I'm going to get off here and go look. But with that, everybody, have a great evening. Look skyward, because I don't think we've seen the last of fireballs. Talk to y'all next week.
All right. Thank you. Good night. Happy Easter.
All right.
Happy Easter and happy Passover.
Thanks, everybody.
But yeah,
are we gonna do an after
Roger,
show? Nah.
I think I'm gonna jump off. Like I said, I've been.
I'm pretty beat.
Dude, I have had no air conditioning since like Friday, so this is like, yeah, it just got put in today, so like I had one of those heat headaches.
Sit under it. Go sit under
it. Yep.
All
well, now it's a freaking igloo in there because of course Rafi's got it set at like 65. So it's like,
all right. Catch you guys all later. All right.
Talk to you
later.
Next time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was the Vixen's Vault, and this is going to be the stream for tonight until I get the music stream back up. I'm going to host us over to The Great Conspiracy. Go over there and check out Great Conspiracy out. He's got a great channel. Catches a lot of goodies. So I'm going to end it here. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Appreciate each and every one of you. And we'll see you later on.